Good evening, everyone. I'd like to welcome you to the City of Satellite Beach. This is a City Council special meeting. The date is August 8th, 2012. The time is 6:05 p.m. If you can join me, please, moment of silence and pledge. During our moment of silence, I'd ask us to remember Mike Karate's father-in-law, Ed Hess, Councilman for Flagler, who was killed in an auto accident on Thursday. So we'll take a moment of silence for that, please. Thank you. And the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you all for coming. We have a couple of agenda items that we had on the 1st of August that we decided to do tonight so we can get going on them. One is landscaping on South Patrick. David King is here to present that, to award that contract. And then we want to, the Auditors Selection Committee, the council just has names that we're going to produce. And then to appoint a new city manager, we have names that we're going to put in that. So it won't take us too long to get to the budget. And then when we get there, I'd like to discuss how we're going to go about that. I will tell you, you do see a seat vacant. Councilman Billman was supposed to be on an airplane, and I think he is landed in Orlando and should be here. He says about a half hour late. But we will not delay, and we'll continue with what we have. So, agenda item number 3 is the bid for State Road 513. Ann?
David King is going to present that this evening. Thank you, David.
Hi, David. Thanks for coming.
Thank you. David King with Quinton Hampton Associates. Tonight before you is the bid award for State Road 513 South Patrick Drive landscaping improvements. This is the DOT JPA Joint Project Agreement project that the city acquired a grant for. 3 bids were, it was publicly bid and advertised. 3 bids were received and read aloud on the 18th of July. M&M Professional Grounds Maintenance first appeared to have the low bid, but upon further review we found a number of issues that are detailed in my recommendation of award letter. A substantial amount of issues that I believe that we recommend that the city not consider their bid and look at the second low bidder, which is Watauga Company of Titusville. Watauga is very experienced in public projects. They've actually did a City of Satellite Beach project. It was the Ocean Outfall project where we improved the beach accesses at Grant and DeSoto, and that was back in 2009. They did an excellent job on that. And their landscape subcontractor, Bushco Landscape of Indian Atlantic, is their proposed landscape subcontractor this go around again. We reviewed their bids, found it complete and accurate, and have all the required information. And because of their experience, because of their complete bid, we recommend that the city award the bid to Watauga in the amount of $122,607. That amount is less than the DOT JPA grant that's been acquired for the project. What typically happens when the bids come in lower, upon notification of DOT that the bid has been awarded, DOT will take those extra funds back. So they'll ask for an addendum to the JPA, reducing the grant award to the awarded amount, the bid award amount, excuse me. So that may come before you again as the amendment to that JPA. So with that, again, we recommend award of the contract of the bid to Watauga Company.
Okay, thank you, David. I'll bring it back to the council for any comments.
I just have one question, Dave. We talked about this at the last meeting. The angles as part of the landscape project, they'll be curved out in the sidewalk?
Yes, included in the scope of work is a bit of sidewalk work, and that's basically all those angled transitions. We're making those more curvilinear, like the sidewalk's been constructed out here on Cassia.
Great job by the way out here.
Is the grant absorbed before, like say they have something, reach a snag and come in with a little bit more money, would the grant still cover that?
Typically with DOT, in recent, and they keep changing their rules or fine-tuning their rules, I should say, most of the time they will ask for amendment to reduce the grant agreement to the bid award amount. If there are unforeseen things happen during construction, change orders, if you will, we can go back to DOT, claim, ask them for a contribution, if you will, or participation in the additional costs.
Okay, all right, I'll bring it back to the council. Scott?
A couple. We looked at the landscape improvement a couple years ago when they were doing South Patrick unincorporated Satellite Beach. And at the time, I guess the funding wasn't there, the grant or something, so we postponed it. We looked at this with the CRA Advisory Committee and with the Beautification Committee. I don't recall, it's been a couple years ago, I don't recall exactly what it was. We were going to try to match up what's existing with South Patrick area coming this way, and we are actually going to try and buffer it up even a little bit more with plantings and things like that. Is this going to be mirroring kind of continue what we have going already, or is it going to be different?
I would say yes. Steve Rogers, previously with the city, had designed the landscaping. I know, and through the CRA, through the boards, and through the council, some of those renditions were brought forward. I wasn't involved in all of that. It is a continuation. It's picking up where they left off, basically the city limits, and continuing to Cassia. From my standpoint, I think it's a little less landscaping, strictly because there's less room available. In some of the areas, in the unincorporated areas, they had a more extensive amount of area to landscape. Here we're mostly back to sidewalks, entryways to some of the side streets to subdivisions. So it's a lot of the same, but maybe a little less from a density standpoint than we've seen in that area.
And the time frame on this will be starting soon, and then it'll be probably a 6-month window of construction?
Yeah, I don't recall the exact amount. I think it's 120 days. It's a little shorter duration.
Okay. And we'll have, I know it was the LSP, I think, the landscape company that did the South Patrick area, real good. They had the water trucks, kept everything green. I think they've replaced some dead stuff, warranted it. So hopefully we can have the same service with our areas. So.
Yes, and watering and maintenance is included in the scope of work.
It's a full 1 year for all the plants.
It's actually a 2-year warranty.
Excellent. Okay, thank you.
All right.
Mr. King,
Yes.
This is a firm fixed price contract?
It's a lump sum with unit pricing. There are a number of square footage for sidewalks, removal, and replacement. The landscaping is lump sum based on the quantities of materials in there. But yes, it's what's shown on the plans is for this price.
What would be some examples of some of those unforeseen change requests that we would have to submit that would alter the bottom line price of it?
Hopefully, our idea is we've accommodated for everything in the design. The crystal ball is not really working well. What surprise we might run into? We've included a certain amount of sidewalk to straighten out or to make it more curvilinear at the intersections. If we get out there and some of that layout, once we have it laid out, isn't as slight, if you will, it's more drastic than it appeared on paper, I could see us utilizing a little bit more concrete. And that's the only thing that comes to mind right now, surprises that may come up.
And the reason you did not pick the lowest bidder is because it was considered basically a non-responsive bid?
Yes, that's the way we feel, based on his errors in his bid, the manipulation of the bid forms, which isn't permitted, and the omission of a couple other bid forms. We believe it's non-responsive.
Okay.
I just wanted to mention, Councilman, that you do have this in your packet, and it does show the where they were non-responsive too.
Thank you.
I said one more thing. I know when we did the drainage, not the one currently under construction, but the other one that came off with the drainage basin, we worked on some swale areas and things like that to reduce the runoff and things like that. Do we have extra swale areas along there, or is it basically going to stay the same?
No, what DOT did when they did their improvements here in recent years, that will all remain. This is strictly planting and some sidewalk work.
Take a motion.
Oh, Alan, did you want to comment on the landscaping?
No, I just was going to comment on the reason why we couldn't match exactly what is in the unincorporated areas, because we don't have the room, especially in front of the fountains where you have the wall and the sidewalk. So that's pretty basically what why we can't continue the same exact look. So we went with grasses and things like that.
Okay.
Well, I'd like to make a motion to accept the Watuga Company's $122,607 bid for the South Patrick Drive landscape improvements.
I'll second it.
I have a motion by Councilman French, second by Councilwoman Deanan. At this time, I'd like to open it. Is there any public comment? If you do have public comment, if you could come to the microphone, state your name. And we are on YouTube, for those of you that are, so you can see this tomorrow. You used to have to give your address, but if you just give, if you're a resident of Satellite Beach or not a resident of Satellite Beach, that will suffice, and so your address is not all over YouTube. Any public comment on the award of the bid? Michelle, David, if you could just stand over here.
Michelle French, resident. My only question, and I might have missed this, if you do go, if they do go over budget, I mean, if they go over the amount, you said that there would be an addendum that the money would have to go back to the grant if
We'll have to
since
go
it's
back
below?
to FDOT and politic for it.
Yeah, if then they go over in the, you know, when they're doing their work, where does that money come from if we've had to give money back for the grant? Does it come out of the city's pocket, or does it?
I think, actually, I can't answer that. I'd ask the city manager, but what I would think it would do is, it depends when it had to be paid, we would go back and try and politic for it, and if not, it would have to come from general fund.
Okay, thank
I
you.
mean, that's the only thing that I can think. Is that true?
It appears that would be the case if the money's already been given back.
Yeah, okay, well, or some sort of, any other public comment? All right, Lenore?
Vice Mayor Rhodes?
Yes.
Councilmember Dean?
Yes.
Councilmember French?
Yes.
Mayor Donahue?
Yes, and the motion passes unanimously. Thank you very much. Agenda item number 4 is discuss take action on auditor selection committee. Actually, this is just for council members to provide you with names of who we want on the committee. Just for information, I'm not trying to stall, I'm not stalling. On August, I know he's saying, hey, get it on, I want to talk. August 1st, we decided to put out an RFP, request for proposal, for an auditor in the next fiscal year, not coming up this October to September, but for next year. And on the RFP, it says that we need to have a committee of 5. Each one of us had our homework to go home and do that. So that's where we are. So Lloyd, who did you pick?
For the auditor,
This is the audit.
okay, that Ms. Alice Walden.
Okay, Alice Walden. I know that Greg submitted a name of Ron Jagutis. My name is Dr. Terry Hammond, Hammond.
I'd like to submit Jason Hoffenbrauer. I haven't talked to him. He's a neighbor, and he's been to a lot of the meetings, but I'd like to submit his name.
Jason, is Jason here? See him? And
I'd like to appoint Bill Wagner.
Bill Wagner. Okay, that is the audit committee, and Brenda will pass that to you and how we do that when you need them, okay? Thank you. The next agenda item number 5 is the permanent city manager selection committee. Not to take action, as you know, the city manager left office on June 20th by charter. We have 6 months, December 20th, to appoint a permanent city manager. And the process is long. So we're going to appoint a committee tonight on the 8th, and then on the 15th, we'll ask them to come back to the council meeting and tell us their plan of action to get the myriad of inputs that we know we're going to get, and how we decipher them so that we can make a decision with your help on the next city manager. So, who do you got?
I would like to nominate Mr. Frederick Bailey.
Fred Bailey,
Fred
okay.
Bailey.
I know that Greg wanted Don McClendon. Don, I know you're here. I don't know if you knew that, Don. I appoint David Schechter.
I'd like to appoint Trevor Lowing.
Trevor Lowing.
I'd like to appoint Amy Nisi.
Amy Nisi. Okay, that's good. So we have those 2 agenda items out of the way. And any other comments on those? Okay, we will talk to those people and have them come back on the 15th, which is the basic plan. All right, at this time, we're going to get into agenda item number 6, which is discuss take action on fiscal year 12-13 budget issues. And
I respectfully interrupt you. I city selection.
On the selection, we just nominated.
My name is Pam, and I've got 18 years of recruiting placement experience. And I would like to offer my services to be on the committee as the key committee person or a key member to help the city and decision makers make a selection. I have expertise in the process and also the...
Okay, we will let you know when the 5 of them meet, and then you can offer your services to them. I would thank you. Thanks, Pam.
Okay.
All right, well, on the budget, let's discuss it. I just want to say a few things first, and then I'm sure that Ms. Samuelson would like to talk. In the past, this is my 9th budget, okay, and this is what we have that we're looking at. And this is just a budget. Many times it's a workshop. The problem at a workshop is you can't make any motions. So we make it a special meeting. And a workshop is just that, to get the best budget for Satellite Beach 2012-2013. There are hundreds of items in here. Now, public comment, and this is where you come in, is usually reserved to 3 minutes. You cannot talk 3 minutes on the whole budget. So what I'd like to do, and this works, break the budget down with the council into 4 different areas. And I've broken it down into police, because I know many of you are here to talk police. And then legislative, admin, general government, and fire. So you'd have 3 minutes to talk police. And then in the second one, you'd have 3 minutes. And then building, zoning, public works, recreation, addition to revenues, 3 minutes. And then everything on the back, which is our other accounts, CRA fund, you'd have time on that. And what that does is it breaks the budget down, that you're not trying to remember something we said at 6:30, and here it is at 11:45, and you're saying, well, 20 to 12.
Let's go for the record.
I know, we can't. But I do want to say that these are discussions amongst the council and with your help to come up with the best budget. The public hearings on the budget aren't until the 5th and the 19th of September. I mean, I do appreciate your input, and I know you're going to, I think you're going to help us with tonight's budget. But that's how we get to the 19th, when we put our stamp on it with your help. And that's tonight. And anything you say, you know, would be appreciated. And hopefully we may alleviate some things that are on your mind before. So with that in mind, I am going to open it up to the city manager, who will discuss the budget, has a PowerPoint, and the process that she has gone through with her staff to get to where we are right now.
Thank you, Mayor. And I think it's encouraging. I'm glad to see so many people here, because your input is critical to the budget process and to the city. This is a discussion, as the mayor said, of the proposed budget for fiscal year 12-13, which runs from October 1st, 2012 through September 30th, 2013, and it uses the rollback rate -1. This is an aggregate tax rate of 8.3139 for every $1,000 of taxable property value. Here you have the general fund revenue slide, and I want to say that for everyone here that the full budget is posted on the city website, and it is there for you to look at depth at. General revenue, general fund revenue, fiscal year 12-13. If you look, thank you, Brenda. There was a cutoff there. Property taxes, you're looking at about 58% of all general fund revenue as property taxes. And the second, we're looking at the very, very far left, your left up there. The other taxes make up about 12%. That would be local option gas tax.
I want to see if we can get the light right in front. I see some people.
Is that better? to see? Okay. Thank you, Lenore. Other taxes includes local option gas tax, communication service tax, occupational licenses, and things like this. Franchise and permit fees, which make up just shy of 10% of the general fund revenue, includes electricity franchise fees, building permits, waste management franchise fees as well. Intergovernmental is about almost 11%, and that includes state revenue sharing, state 1/2 cent sales tax, the pilot program, which is at about $95,000, and Brenda did check on that, so that is part of our general revenue fund there, and first responder program as well as federal grants. Now, going over to your right-hand column, charges for services mainly takes into account, the biggest portion of that is the program activity fees from the recreation center. Next under that is fines and forfeitures. That would be from court, and that's just shy of 1%. And then you have miscellaneous investment and interest, and that is about 0.5%. And then other revenue sources is about 1.25%. And that includes, the biggest item in that is the stormwater utility transfer. The second chart is the general fund expenditures for fiscal year 12-13. And as you can see, this is it takes into account the city departments, the legislative, administration, finance, general government services, police, fire, building and zoning, public works, recreation, inter and intra-governmental transfers such as to the CRA, and additions to reserves. Now with that, I'm going to ask Chief Pearson to come up and talk about the police department, and he's going to give the departmental detail. Chief?
Chief, good evening. Before the chief starts, I will just let you know on the proposed millage rate has to be to Tallahassee by the 3rd of August. So on the 1st of August, the motion was made to make the millage rate the rollback rate, which is higher than 8.3139, and to look for any other possible cuts that we could make. And that's just normal business. The rollback rate is actually good. And then, is there any place else that we can find some money to bring that down a little bit? But it was the rollback rate that we did send, which is higher than the 8.3139. I just want to let you know that that's how it was, rollback rate. And then, do we have any I hate to use the words low-hanging fruit, but I guess I just did. And that's, so we want to discuss the police department first.
Right, and I think it's important to note that the rollback rate is the starting point, and that is the rate that the millage rate or tax rate cannot go over. Okay, that's the highest that it can go. That has been set by council.
It's I'll give you the rollback rate. Hold on.
Do you have that, Brenda?
$8.3979. And by the way, also, and I don't mean, the rollback rate means that we were one of the only cities in Brevard County whose property values increased.
Mm-hmm. Correct.
And since that means we're going to take in about $90,000 more money in property taxes, so we can go from 8.5 to 8.3 and bring in the exact same amount of money as we did last year. That's the starting point. So we take in the same amount of money, even though it looks like a decrease. It's just because we increased 1.5% property value, one of the few cities out of the 16 in the county that did that. Mm-hmm. Chief, sorry to delay you, but let's talk police.
Thank you, sir. Good evening, and thank you for allowing me to have the opportunity to address these budget issues. As you recall, my initial budget on the 23rd showed a 13% decrease in the operations section of the police department. This is the section of the budget where the money comes out to run the day-to-day operations of the department. This part of the budget does not include personnel, salaries, benefits, etc. My previous budget also showed that we eliminated another sworn officer position, and that was vacant through attrition. When these cuts were applied to the entire police budget, that included salaries, benefits, etc., it totaled about 2%, just over 2%. That being said, I was asked to review my budget again and make additional cuts with the goal of cutting a total of 10%, or as close to that as I could get. Since I'd already cut about 2%, of course I needed another 8%. For the total budget that is just over $2.4 million, that means a cut of about $240,000. Well, I had already cut about $55,000, and I needed to find another $200,000. I spent significant time reviewing my budget, and it was immediately clear that in order to get to that 10%, or even close to it, it was going to require eliminating jobs, both sworn and non-sworn positions. When contemplating this decision, I took into account not just the $200,000 target, but the city personnel policy, the union contract, and any other thing I could possibly consider. In order to accomplish this, I eliminated the operations commander, a permanent part-time administrative assistant, and our accreditation manager. These are not vacant positions, but ones that are currently held by working employees. These cuts will meet the stated objective with the least impact on the day-to-day services to the residents of Satellite Beach. But do not misunderstand me. There will be significant impact for both the residents and the department internally. In my opinion, this newly proposed budget, as it relates to the police department, is not the best interest of the citizens of Satellite Beach. I am prepared to discuss the impact should that be the direction of council. And it should be noted also that in reviewing the operating budget with the help of the finance director, we were also able to find another cut of about $6,000 that now further reduces my operating budget from what was $102,061 to $82,793 for a total reduction of $19,000 plus, or almost 19% in my operating budget. With those reductions, along with the personnel reductions, then we get to somewhere around 8%, which is just short of the targeted 10% goal.
Thank you, Chief, for those comments. And let me bring it back to the council for discussion. I guess I took the police department first. I know there's quite a bit of discussion on it. It does involve 3 positions to be eliminated and other reductions that the police chief has given us. So let's discuss this.
What is holiday pay?
The officers get paid for holidays. So they're working, they get 10 paid holidays, 5 in the first half of the year, 5 in the second half of the year. And it's just that simple. Because they work 24/7, we have to work holidays, so that's holiday. Rather than, some places pay time and a half if you work and other things like that, we have 10 straight holidays. And everybody works in evenly.
Okay, so that's basically, the holiday pay is basically just like a regular civilian job where they track the 10 paid holidays, those funds separately?
I believe so, yes. I believe finance does track those separately.
So it's not extra pay for working on a holiday?
No.
It's just basically the cost of
having
providing
24
holidays to all the
to
personnel?
be able to have police working on holidays.
Okay. And the incentives, what comprises the incentives?
You're talking about the state mandated incentives for education? Because there's...
Again, it just says incentives here.
It's 18.6, Jeff. Right. It's 0.79%. It just says incentives.
We have state mandated incentives. When you get to when you get to certain required training class, you have certain amount of hours that you have to train in order to keep your certificate active. Certain classes in there, the state gives incentive for taking those classes and furthering the education.
Is that a funded mandate?
No, it's an unfunded mandate. It's a mandate, but it's not funded. but it's an unfunded mandate. And the same for example, if a police officer has an associate's degree, they're entitled to X amount of dollars. If it's a bachelor's degree, I believe it's $60, and for a maximum, I think, of $60 a paycheck or $120 a month. And that's if you've met all the requirements, all the classes, and the education and all that, that would be a max. And I believe there's only one or two in the department that are there yet.
Okay, so when we, for example, when we provide tuition assistance to a police officer or for a police department member, and they get an associate's degree, we pay for that, and then we pay them the incentive after they get that degree?
That's correct.
Do you have any alternatives to the way you approached the meeting the budget cuts? Are there is there anything coming up that may preclude laying off people on 1 October?
Absolutely. There are, absolutely, to the second part of that question, there are no alternatives to those cuts. You have to take in mind there's a member goal to get to. There's a city personnel policy that dictates how layoffs will happen, and then there's union
describe
contract.
that part just so people would understand it?
Absolutely. City personnel policy says that when layoffs happen, they have to go to permanent part-time first, temporary part-time, probationary, and then full-time.
Okay.
Union contract states if there's layoffs, then it's going to be the last, basically the last in is the first out.
So it's a union contract that's dictating part of your layoffs? For all of it?
Well, part of it. I mean, again, you have to take all those into consideration, yes. There's for lack of a better word, there's rules to go by when doing these things. You don't just pick. It doesn't work that way.
Okay.
So in order to meet the three objectives that I stated, that is the way that I am telling you as the police chief, that's the only way it can be accomplished with the minimum disruption of service to the citizens. Okay. There will be disruption, but that's the best I can do with the day-to-day service.
At an earlier meeting, you mentioned that there was a possibility of maybe an interlocal agreement with one of our beachside communities on taking over their dispatching. What would that do to, how would that impact?
The last I knew, it was not looking good. I don't believe it's even still on the table, to be honest with you. So that would have been about a $40,000 increase. Councilman French, if I could, you had a two-part question, and I just addressed the one. No, I just want to make sure I get the other part. Yes, I have a strategic plan in place, and part of that is, which has been mentioned before, that the evidence supervisor is retiring in a year. In 12 months, she's retiring. And the plan now, the strategic plan to reduce costs, reduce staff while maintaining services, is to take one of the positions here that's due to be cut, and taking that person who works 30-hour permanent part-time, making her the evidence supervisor. Now she's going to be doing 70 hours worth of work in 40 hours, and then I can eliminate that position. So in a year, that position is going to go away, but it's going to go away properly. It's going to go away through attrition, and it's going to happen where everybody's happy. The citizens do not see one bit of a decline in services, nor does the inner functioning of the police department, and it still cuts that position.
Well, based on what you're facing now, what do you envision will be the impact to the real, safety and security of the community as a result of this budget?
I have that. The impact of losing these three outstanding employees is going to be extremely difficult to capture with any brevity due to the due justice of these positions and these people. That being said, before I can really discuss the impact, I feel I must provide some background information that many may not realize when making these decisions. Prior to August of 2011, the command staff of the police department consisted of a chief, a deputy chief, an operations commander, and an investigations commander. As of right now, there's Brad and I. Two spots. We've eliminated 50% of the command staff in a year. In addition to that, During the time prior to August of 2011, the investigative commander was about 75% administrative and about 25% boots on the street. I have since reshaped that position, and we now have 3 detectives, and that commander is 20 to 25% administrative and 75 to 80% boots on the street. This is a further reduction in administration and an increase of boots on the street with no cost increase. Cutting the investigative commander now effectively eliminates the entire command staff of the police department. It eliminates the current transition plan, as mentioned in the KPAC, and removes the person in the department with the most experience, knowledge, and training and expertise that we have. How is it possible that removing someone with that much institutional knowledge wouldn't have a significant impact? Well, I'll have more on that in just a minute. Just prior to November of 2011, we had 8 corporals. We now have 3 a year. I have a strategic plan to utilize the skills of current employees, reduce the budget, and adjust the right structure to a more traditional organizational chart, all while maintaining the current existing levels of service to the citizens of Satellite Beach and come to expect and deserve, and being fiscally responsible while I'm doing it. The Satellite Beach Police Department rank structure didn't develop overnight, and it's not going to get reshaped overnight. This is not a long-term plan. This is not 10 or 15 years down the road. I'm talking about this is a short-term plan that can be accomplished in 3 to 5 years. And I have already mentioned previously, it's already currently being done, and it's in the works. The permanent part-time administrative position that is being considered for elimination is also part of this plan, and like I said a minute ago, she's already in the process of transitioning to her spot and being eliminated, that will be eliminated in 12 months. She'll be taken over as the evidence supervisor, as I mentioned. And again, be accomplishing 70 hours of work in a 40-hour position, which again saves money, reduces staff, but maintains the current level of service to the citizens, and again, doing more with less. It is impossible to expect that if that position is eliminated, a new person can come in next year when that person retires and do anything close to what that person can do now with her years of experience, her knowledge, and her dedication. That would be then doing less with more, and that goes against my basic principles, I'm going to tell you. Evidence is critical to any police agency, and that position cannot be taken lightly. Again, more on that in just a minute. The elimination of the accreditation manager would eliminate the accreditation program immediately. It goes away. Because with the proposed cuts, we're eliminating the accreditation manager, the backup accreditation manager, and the backup to the accreditation manager. Gone. It's gone. This program is critical to the city. It's critical to the citizens, and it's just important to the employees, having those policies, having proven policies with regard to litigation and many other things. We just went through a 4-3 accreditation process just a few weeks ago, coincidentally. And after the review, the assessor spoke to me, and during the review, he used the words near flawless. I asked him how many times he said that when he's done accreditations. He said, I've been doing accreditations all over the state for years, and I have never used the words near flawless when discussing an accreditation of a particular agency, just for what it's worth. This doesn't happen without incredible knowledge, without an incredible manager, and without intrinsic knowledge and corporate knowledge. And you just don't work that hard to get to the status where you're protecting your citizens, you're protecting your city against liability and its financial interests, along with everything else. You don't just pick somebody off the street to just walk in and do that. But again, more on that in just a minute. These employees weren't just hired, but they're recruited. They were recruited based on their ability, their knowledge, their dedication, and their work ethic. There was a basic overall description of some of the impact, but not nearly all-encompassing. Each of these positions has many, many responsibilities, and losing them will have significant impact on the citizens and the staff of the police department. And because you asked, I have some specific things that I'd like to discuss as far as each particular position that I think are just critical, because you have to understand the impact and what you're going to lose. And I just think in order to make an informed decision, just like you said, what's the impact? I want to know, and I'm going to give you that. Criminal investigator involved in over 200 criminal cases since being promoted to the command staff in 2004. 2011, talk about boots on the street. In 2011, closed 39 criminal cases, including arrests that resulted in a total of 25 criminal charges, and handled 61 calls for service, answering complaints, responding to calls, backing up officers, boots on the street. On call 120 days in 2011, and because being a salaried employee, there's no overtime for any of that. That's all just done. And of course, 90 days of the on-call investigator. If you look at the criminal complaints taken by the Patrol Division for follow-up for the detective assignments, they average of 961 cases a year for follow-up. This is beyond just boots on the street. Everybody talks boots on the street, and I want to say, if at 2 in the morning I dial 911, who comes to my house? Well, that's boots on the street, but I got news for you. There's more people behind the scenes that make that happen that are just as boots on the street. May not be the one that shows up at your door at 2 o'clock in the morning, or if you had a burglary, it might just be one of those people that knocks on your door. This position, Commander Hodge is the Criminal Investigations Division Supervisor. The training coordinator evaluates all and directs all aspects of the training function. High liability training, state mandated courses that maintain our sworn officers police certification, and certified Florida Department of Law Enforcement instructor. He's the asset seizure and forfeiture manager and negotiated $22,000 successfully in forfeitures. You know, somebody that's brand new at this doesn't negotiate with attorneys that have been doing this for forever and with clients and with people and negotiate $22,000 in forfeiture settlements. He's the risk manager for the police department. He policy and legal reviews for best police practices, minimizing liability exposure to the city. He's also the commander of the Criminal Investigation Division, as required by the Florida Department of Health. So not only does he have to be over that, but he's got to be certified. He's got to take a test, and he's got to do all those things to be certified. If that goes away, then someone has to fill in. They have to go to the class for 240 hours at about $10,000 in cost, and then they've got to take the test just to be able to supervise that division. That would be a cost that's going to be associated with eliminating the one that we already have. He's the oversight of the accreditation and professional standards, like I talked about, and also not only that, but a team leader and a subject matter expert in accreditation, as not only is he good here, but he's a team leader and travels around the state of Florida and brings back cost-saving programs, ideas that other places do. He's also the internal affairs investigator, another very significant factor that many people don't realize. He's done many, many internal affairs investigations. If we don't have that person, we have a backup internal affairs investigator, and he's never done one. Because we haven't had a need, because Commander Hodge is the most experienced and does it. You have a significant issue, and you've got to police the police. You need somebody who knows what they're doing. Somebody that can protect the rights of the police officer, but also protect the rights of the citizens and make sure that right is right. Also the Public Information Officer, the Crime Watch program. He's the Emergency Response Team leader. He's the commanding officer in the absence of the police chief, starting tomorrow morning, by the way. 24 years of institutional knowledge, FBI Academy graduate. Less than 1% of the entire police population in the world is eligible to go to the FBI Academy. He's an FBI Academy graduate, and has over 1,000 hours of specialized training. He's got numerous career awards. I could go on and on. Is there impact to that position? I would suggest there is. The administrative assistant. I talked about, you know, what the transition plan is. She's not a person that sits there and types and answers a phone. We don't have anybody in our building that does that. Nobody does that. You do multiple things. And if you can't do 40 or 50 hours worth of work and you're allotted 40 hours of work, then we find somebody who can, because that's just the way we work. That's the way we were brought up, and that's what we do. The administrative assistant, Patty Nell, she orders all the investigative subpoenas, prepares criminal photographic lineup, distributes intelligence bulletins, provides information and feedback on intelligence reports, a victim advocate that we don't have, that's not a funded position that very other agencies have the ability to do, but she does that. Manages the solicitor program, provides support to command staff for special projects, maintains the sexual offender and predator files for the agency, which is very strict and very difficult to do. And there are all kinds of guidelines. She's got training, she's got ability, she's been doing that and can do that. Nobody else can do that. And she's the alternate to the agency payroll, which is also very significant. Not only that, but she's a crime scene analyst for background and research investigations, and develops leads in criminal investigation, maintains photographic and digital evidence, all of those things that have anything to do with criminal investigations. Why is that important? Because we used to have a 4-member staff in the criminal investigations division. And I transferred one of those people out of there because I think 3 people can do it, because we have Patty, because we have that person that can do that. Those 3 people can now take up, and that person can go and work the road and put boots on the street, and the job got done. It got done more efficiently, and it put boots on the street with less administration.
Is this the person that's going to be retiring next year?
No, that's the evidence. That's the evidence supervisor. I'm talking about the administrative assistant to the criminal investigations division. There's 3 detectives, and she basically makes up She can do everything but arrest you and interview you, pretty much. I mean, I really don't know how else to put it. I mean, that's just a fact. I mean, I'm not even trying to be funny. That's just an absolute fact. And if we let her, I believe she probably would try to do both of those other things, but no, that's another story. And again, the accreditation manager, she has to zero. It's a part-time 20-hour week, right? So you think, okay, 20 hours. She doesn't want 20 hours. She was a lot more 20 hours because not only is she the accreditation manager, not only is she doing all the things I said, but she's also the volunteer coordinator. And handles all the volunteer things, not all, but she's the assistant. We can't do all of that. There's 2 people that do that. We have things spread out. And we constantly sit down as a department and review who can do more, what can we do. And we have been able to reduce our staff, we've been able to reduce costs. And we've been able to do that without missing one beat like citizens suddenly. And I think that if, I don't think I know that if we lose these positions, you just heard the impact. And that's pretty significant. So that's the answer to that.
Thank you, Chief, we have some other questions from council members, if it's okay, and then just on budget, not for you, and also for the interim city manager. So let's go. Go ahead.
A lot of emails going around concerning the police department, potential adjustments, things like that.
Yes, sir.
One that concerned me was, I've only been in 3, this is my 3rd budget cycle here, so. I remember last year, Chief Cody, and I asked you again also with the preliminary budget we talked about, and I asked both of you, are we fully staffed with the proper amount of officers on the street and things like that, and I believe the response both years were yes. One of the emails going around was that we had the lowest ratio of officers on the street, and we were lacking in police protection and those type of things. Can you clarify that? Is that accurate, or am I misunderstanding something?
No, I think what you said is accurate. When you ask the question, we're down 2 police officers. It depends on what your definition of fully staffed is. At 23 officers, we were fully staffed. What that means is we have the amount of officers per capita that is commensurate with all the other cities and all the other agencies, our size or any size. Okay? Now we're down 2 police officers. Now we're a 21-member department, not 23 like we were when Chief Cody was here. Because when Chief Cody left, we didn't replace that, and we haven't replaced the position when the detective left. That was the trade for the records clerk position, if you recall that conversation. We are in the lowest amount of officers per capita in the southeastern United States. We are in the lower percentage of that. Does that mean that we're not fully staffed? Does that mean that we can't handle the duties with the 21 officers we have? No. To answer your question, are we fully staffed? No. Are we unsafe? No, because of adjustments we've made and things we've done. And we're at 21 officers right now, and we can do that. We can't lose. We just can't lose anymore, but we can do it with 21. 23 would be better. Okay, but we can do it with 21 based on what we've done to make that happen, to not reduce the level to the service of the citizens.
It's always the toughest part of the year for all of us sitting up here, because it's a lot of emotion and a lot of things like that. And you're the most costly department in our city. Most money goes to your department. So, of course, we're looking to streamline. It's our responsibility, representing the taxpayers and their money, to do the best we can with it and things like that.
Yes, sir.
I understand the suggestions for some staffing cuts and things like that. I don't understand the what do you call it? The union aspect of it. Is it possible to make slight cuts, just as an option? I don't know if it's out there, or we haven't decided anything yet. If each person was to take a slight pay cut and not have, or benefits or something like that. I'm just looking at it.
I wouldn't be able to answer that question because I can't speak for the union. I can't speak for the people. I mean, the union can agree to do anything they want. I mean, but that's up to, I don't have any control of the union. I'm not in the union. I have a very good working relationship with the union. And you know, if that's the council's desire, I could certainly present it. I mean, I have no problem with it.
It's not being asked.
No, okay.
I just didn't know if that was an option to cut some benefits, or, you know, because the
would have to be
costs
approved by the
continue to
union.
escalate every year, and it costs the city more and more to do the same functions every year, and it's a concern for many citizens, not just people that are here tonight.
I understand.
Okay.
I would like to comment. I'm bewildered why you're laughing about taking a pay cut. I mean, typically that's what happens. It's happening all over the country. My husband's an airline pilot. First step was freezing salary. Second step is pay cut. Third step is furlough. And fourth step was he finally lost his job and the company shut down. It's not unusual to ask across the board for employees to take a pay cut to save jobs. So please don't laugh at that situation. That's something that the union and the police officer might be willing to do to save these 3 officers' jobs, or one commander and 2 administrative folks' job. And to be honest, I think it should be done across the board. As long as we stay status quo, it doesn't affect the unionization of the fire department, and they can also take a cut in lieu of cutting a commander's position. And let me explain something to the city council. If we cut that position goes away via ordinance. Doesn't mean it can be filled with someone with less experience. It goes away. Our job is not to balance the budget. Our job is to create or dissolve positions. So it's something we really seriously need to think about. I just wanted to put that out there, and I just don't think it's realistic to say at this point, what year did the city freeze its salaries? 2009, when most jurisdictions or municipalities were freezing theirs in 2006. We haven't gotten to the point where the reality has set in where we're duty bound to the taxpayer, and we're trying to bring down the millage rate because a lot of us don't have the money in our pocket to pay the taxes. So let's be realistic here. Don't laugh about some of the alternatives that may come up. I don't believe in cherry picking employees' positions. I really don't, to save a couple $100,000. It's up to the entire city to dedicate to making the needs of the community and making it work for what's desired of the city council and the community. And if they want the millage rate reduced, then it needs to come across the board.
Thank you. I have a question for the city manager. You've come in with the rollback rate minus 1%. At the rollback rate of 8.39, do you suspect that these cuts would take place?
At the straight rollback rate of 8.3979?
Yes.
No.
You do not. So you think that, and I'm not going to put words in your mouth, but anything below the rollback rate, if we were looking to cut any monies below the rollback rate, would have to affect personnel?
You might be able to go for a .25, negative .25, and be able to do it without cutting. We'd have to revisit that and look. But again, just like what we're looking at now, when you do make that significant, the rollback minus 1, it is either going to affect all personnel with some type of a potential pay cut or eliminating people.
Okay, thank you. I think I need to know that.
I have one other comment too. Several months ago, we asked the city manager and the staff to address the personnel policy. Right now, 10 vacation days, it's just unreasonable. Most people get 8, if that. They're accruing sick time at a phenomenal rate with payout on sick time. That's just not normal. So a lot of these things could be done to save us money in the long run. That doesn't cause a layoff of positions and loss of health benefits and things like that, which is really extreme. So I think we just need to be a little more creative and come up with a better solution.
Well, and I think you're right, and we've talked about that, and we are going to be looking at the personnel policy as we get a new HR individual in to deal with that, because you are correct, there are certain modifications that can be made from one point going forward with sick leave and this type of thing, and other issues that should be addressed.
What I'm saying is, Chief talked about looking at the personnel policy, and there's some of the minor things folks could give up or be willing to give up to save jobs. So please don't laugh when we talk about a cut across the board. It could be a couple days of vacation. It could be not the accrual of sick time overtime. Some folks were leaving here with huge checks, $14,000, $17,000. Because let me look. Do you accrue vacation? Sick time is for sick time when you're sick, to ensure that you have a job when you have a short-term illness, not to accrue as a long-term savings account. So there's a lot of things we can do in this community to help save money and not cut jobs.
Councilwoman Dean, I'm glad you brought that up, because that's absolutely accurate. And not only is it accurate, but it's already in process. We have spent time already at staff meetings discussing, and we're already in the process of finding ways to cut money out of personnel policy.
That's correct.
And I promise you there's savings in there, just like you said.
Lots of
and there are savings in there that, while I can't speak for the union or everybody, obviously I talk to folks and I know what they're thinking, and there are savings in there that I don't see very many people complaining about at all. I absolutely think that people understand the position. I've got an incredible group of people that are all bought in. They understand. There's people that in other agencies that get their wages frozen 1 year, and they're jumping up and down and screaming and yelling. The union has not said a word. It's not even asked for raises since 2008 or 9.
8 or 9, I think.
They haven't even asked for them. Because they're reasonable and they understand. And I just think that that's a fantastic idea, and it's already in the works. And the city manager's got some excellent ideas. We've all brought her ideas, but that takes time. We can't do it right this minute. But I promise you, there's savings in there.
I just want to say, Chief, that when you stood before us on July 2nd and gave us the levels of service, I thought that you were, as they say, an honest broker in what you presented to us. And I think, and you presented a good game plan for 5 years. I'm not sure, and I will say this honestly, how this 3 people, when we left here July 23rd, this was not on the books. I'm not sure how it got, it might have gotten on the books because we were looking for further cuts, but I will tell you that I believe, and I'll say for the council, I think your scope of work will definitely be affected at your proposed budget. And
Mayor,
yes.
Thank you for bringing. Because there was some confusion at the last budget that I presented. The instructions I received were present a budget, is cut as much as I possibly can while maintaining the same level of service. And that's exactly what I did. And I'll tell you what, there might be a whole bunch of police chiefs that could listen to this tomorrow or the next day. They're going to say, what, you didn't pad this, you didn't do that? I don't do that. I mean, I don't do that. Like I told you that night, I believe I even said, it's cut as much as it's going to get cut, as much as I can, to the point where something unforeseen happens. I might be coming back here going, I couldn't predict this, and I don't have the money to pay for it. I need some help. Because there is no padding in there. And if we're talking $20 here and there to make round numbers, that's it. So I was as straight, honest as I can be, and I always will be.
And that's what I said. And I would like to get a feeling of council of how they want to approach this proposed budget before we open it for public comment. And just what your thoughts are. Greg, is that you?
Mr. Billman?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, it's me.
Hello, Greg. We are in the middle of discussing the police department, almost ready to go to public comment. Have not, have gotten testimony from the chief. The council has asked questions concerning what the proposed budget is. Do you have any questions that you would like to bring up?
No, is there any discussion with regard to what police chief had decided already and the fact council had not directed any cuts in personnel?
We have discussed how we went from 8.3979 to 8.3139, but not, just that we wanted to do rollback and any other cuts that could be made.
No, point that, council is there to set policy, and in this case, the budget. We're not there to tell department heads for the city manager how to execute it, nor have we done that. And I wanted
I understand, and thank you for that clarification. The council's going to discuss the proposed budget in front of us, which is the budget presented by the interim city manager with the reduction of 3 spots.
Well, this does not include capital expenses?
No.
Okay. One of the things that you are...
There's one capital in there. I believe the $2,400 for computers is in there.
Okay. One of the things that you wanted to procure this budget cycle was a new police car. Is that correct?
One police car.
What's the total cost of that?
The total fully loaded cost of a police car is right around $38,500, I believe.
Right, about 39.
39. Yep.
Okay. So if we went without a police car for 1 year while we waited for perhaps things to get better, what would that do to the number of positions that you would not have to eliminate?
Can you move capital over to cover salaries? I don't.
That's another fund.
Yes, it is, another fund.
We put 39,000 in capital asset fund, so you would have to designate the 39,000 to come from capital assets into the general fund to fund his budget, if you'd like to do that.
Well, I have a question about that the capital asset fund is for capital assets, is it not?
Correct.
Not for payroll.
Correct.
Yeah, so,
But you can designate that if you wish.
and I remember the cars were 2 for $5, giving up 5 and getting 2, or a car and another car.
Right, and the city manager and I discussed it, and what we came up with was get 1 and get rid of 4.
Get 1 and get rid of 4.
And as a matter of fact, those 4 are already off the road. They're already done. They're going to be instant savings. The public works director's been doing enhancements on that because they're all old cars and very high maintenance.
Yeah, the original request was for 2 and to get rid of 5, and we talked about it, we said, well, what about 1 new one and then keeping 1 old one? The one that performs the best and is requiring the least maintenance, because that does get to be costly, especially as some of the vehicles do age. What are the ages? Isn't one 2002 or 2003?
Yes, ma'am. And it's varying between that all the way up to 2006.
And how many miles on those?
The average is 165,000, and the average is,
And you can't get them up higher than 45, so you can speed on it.
I'm not going there.
When will that be on the road, Chief?
Definitely not going there.
No, I'm sorry. All right, I want the council to, we need to discuss this, and then I promise you, I'll open it for public comment, but I want to see the direction that so that your comments, what are you thinking?
I'm thinking that I'd like to hear from some citizens, and specifically some of the KPEG members who are in attendance tonight, who spent many hours reviewing and looking at different numbers on that. I'd like to hear what they have to say.
Okay, so let's do that. All right, at this time, I'm going to open this for public comment. Sir, just 1 minute. I'd like to say, I know many of you are here to give testimony for 3 people. However, and that is fine, but we understand the testimony. What I'm interested in is scope of work. The police department has 31 people. Your comments on reducing that 31. That's the thing. We don't want to discuss people, because what happens then is you say, I want to keep these 3 people, then someone else may be more vulnerable. It's what are your comments on reducing numbers in police department, keeping them the same? That's the gist of how I will make my decision. Do you want to know about people?
I'm fine. They got 3 minutes, right?
So you do have 3 minutes. We do have some people coming from across. Mr. Hinton, you'll be first. Ma'am, and Barbara, is that you? Okay, you'll be next. Sir, please come up, state your name, and resident or non-resident. Sir.
My name is Charles Hinton, and I'm a resident. I was very pleased when I saw the budget of the 23rd, because you reduced the the cost to 3.5%, and you still had all the staff. Then I saw an email that went from a council member personally to the city manager, which says that you had to bring down another $200,000. Now, the city manager only has one boss. That's the council. I don't understand why one council member can give marching orders to the city manager and to see that then the police department gets cut, I don't know, $170,000 or whatever it might be. That sounds crazy to me. We have an outstanding police department. I'm not talking about saving the jobs. I listen to what he said those people do. And when you wipe them out, we don't have that great department anymore. I remember that there was a survey that was taken and people were asked, would you like to give up some in the police department to save some money? And it was overwhelming that they wanted to pay the money and to keep a first-rate police department. Now, I think it might be well for the city.
Sir, I thank you. I would just ask that you restrain. It does inhibit others who may want to get up and say something different. Okay. And Mr. Hinton, we're eating into this 3 minutes and 10 seconds. Go ahead.
Okay. I think the city manager might comment upon the letter from the council person giving her marching orders, which did not come from you, and then I see this devastation to the budget.
Thank you, sir. Barbara. Steve, you'll be next. Andy.
Barbara Montanaro, city resident. I'm hearing that staff is already working on cuts through personnel policy changes. I believe they're even hiring a professional part-time person to assist with this. Why in the world would you not go with the rollback rate, which provides a balanced budget with all staff in place, work through the personnel policy? Next year, you may not have to look at people. You may be able to have reductions without looking at people. We have a very knowledgeable police chief, great education in business management, police affairs. He has a policy and plan for managing his department in an efficient manner. Why would we give marching orders that makes him turn that plan upside down? As a resident, I'm very happy to pay my taxes. The $15 to $20 a year this makes in my tax bill is inconsequential based on the services we get, and I strongly request that you go back to the rollback rate, keep our staff intact. Thank you, sir.
Steve?
Steve Hadley, Satellite Beach. Mr. Mayor, in all due respect, sir, this is a point of order comment. Robert's Rules of Orders, under which the council operates, requires that we do not speak directly to council members. That is under your discretion. At the same point in time, members of the ruling body, members of the body, may not address the audience without your direct approval. I appreciate that. I think a lot of people would. If you're going to, and you're a fair man, okay, I don't think anybody doubts that. But if we're going to be held to a standard under Roberts, I would appreciate that the entire people, all the citizens, be held to the same standard.
Thank you. Steve. Andy? Gabe, you'll be next after Andy. Evening.
Andy Groom, Satellite Beach resident and member of the Citizens Advisory Panel for Efficient Government, or CAPEG. CAPEG's charter was to have a citizens group do a top-down review of everything and anything we could possibly find in order to communicate to the council, to the city employees, as well as to the citizens at large. This is what we're doing. Whether it is good, whether it is bad, this is what we're doing. In the process of which we were able to identify some areas that mandated further study. Throughout that project, the department heads came forth and were helpful in every way, and they also coalesced with what we were trying to think about and what we were trying to do. And the police chief, who knows more about running police departments than anybody in this room, has come forth to tell you this is what he needs to do the job. For all of the goals and desires to cut budget, for all the goals and desires to reduce millage rate, he's come forth and given a professional assessment of the requirements to conduct a needed service. And that has to be given consideration. And it was never CAPEC's charter to just cut budget.
Thank you. Gabe? Dominic, you'll be next. Oh, sir, you're next. And then Dominic.
A fine resident, long time. I'm going to start with a question. Could council tell me how much money are we going to save dollar-wise per household by cutting the citizen? Yes, please tell me.
Okay, I can tell you.
Well, what I'd like to do is, Gabe, people are going to have questions. I'd like us to write down the questions, and we will answer them when all citizens' comments are over. Because if we take the time, it's going to take us a long time. So Ann will write down the question. You want to know per capita input for saving $200,000 per household.
Per household.
Okay. She has that answer, and we can look at it.
Okay.
So
I kind of feel I have a rough figure, and I'm willing to put the money right on the table right now on what it's going to cost per household. Okay. When Councilwoman Dean mentioned it takes the whole city, and I kind of agree with that. Excuse me.
Okay.
It's my 3 minutes.
I know, but you have to approach the chair.
Okay, the chair.
I'm sorry. You have to
Sorry
approach
about
the chair.
that. Okay, the chair. And I lost time. I lost my train of thought. Now, the point is, we've asked for them to take a pay cut. That's ridiculous. They've gone now 4 years, 5 years without a pay raise. They've given up some of their retirement. They have sacrificed to the nth degree. All our public service people did. Okay? They protect and serve. It doesn't seem like anybody's looking out for them. That's the whole issue here. Okay? We've asked them to give up some of their retirement. They haven't had a pay raise, and we asked them to do more without. What do you want to do? You want to roll a big red bus and take their blood too? You know, let's be realistic about this. The amount of money that is going to increase my taxes is a pittance in according to what you're going to give up in services. We have the best police department in the county. We were the first accredited police department in the county. Guess what? That's going to be gone. That's been a great source of pride to me. And it should have been for all the citizens of Satellite Beach. Anytime I talk about Satellite Beach, I never fail to mention our great services. You people need to look at that. You need to take some pride in your city and not dismantle the darn thing. Thank you.
Thank you. Sir? I'm sorry. Please do not, sir.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I'm not very good at public speaking, so I'd just like to read a statement.
Sir, can I just have your name and if you're a resident or a non-resident of Satellite Beach?
Ron Nalbandian, resident.
Okay, I got you.
And first, I'd like to say the chief made some great points over there. I mean, outstanding, the personnel he was talking about. And many of us support the police department here. They do a great job. And I'll tell you, all employees serve a purpose. And everyone in the police department has a job, especially, of course, the sworn officers. They put their lives out there day in and day out, but I think we all know that. Just to mention real quick, the accreditation, that is impressive. As Florida Department of Law Enforcement has very high standards. To have it almost flawless, that very impressive. Satellite Beach should be proud. But anyway, going to the statements here, and some of this has been covered tonight. But last month, the city manager proposed a city budget that would cut costs that fund our current staff and programs. Asking for an additional $250,000 in cuts is creating unwarranted artificial emergency. We keep hearing terms like trenches and boots on the street, but you're eliminating the boots on the street. the police operation needs a staff. It has to do what we citizens expect, especially since the number of 911 calls increased 100% from the year 2000 to 2011. And from what I understand, we're already below the state and nation average of sworn officers per capita. So that's you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for your message also. Dominic?
Dominic Monzero, and I'm a resident. You know, for 7 years I sat up there, and for 7 years the council directed the city manager. No one individual from the council directed the city manager. And Mr. Hinton brought up a good point. Where was the $200,000 figure, and how did it come to the city manager's attention? It wasn't directed by the council, it was directed by an individual. And that's not supposed to happen in this city. You know, if you go back to the first slide that you showed up there, which showed the general fund revenue, I believe 58% of it, you said, was from ad valorem taxes. And that's what we're hearing about. We hear about ad valorem taxes. What's the ad valorem tax rate? Well, Satellite Beach has always operated on ad valorem. You pull up the general revenue fund of 90% of the cities in this county, and there's utility fees attached to it. So we're talking $200,000 here that you're looking at a budget, which is going to amount to $5 to $10 to $15, $20 in everybody's tax rate. When you look at utility rates and utility taxes that we don't pay in Satellite Beach, and you look at the revenue that could be derived from that, that $200,000 is a drop in the bucket. When you start looking at Bright House Network bills that are anywhere from $150 to $200 a month, and start figuring your 10% on that we don't charge. You can't take our ad valorem rate and compare it to any other city because they're all getting utility rates. And I'm really getting tired of that figure being the figure that's being used and being touted as why we're in the problems that we're in because we're the highest tax rate city. If you look at the utility rates, and Mike Crotty did a spreadsheet on this, and it was out there, we were way down at the bottom of the pack when it came to taxes overall. And I'm tired of hearing about the ad valorem. This $200,000 you're talking about is going to definitely affect services in this city. And I'm not for it. Thank you.
I'm not sure what to say.
I think that's what you got to do.
Yeah, I mean, there are things we just cannot have. It does inhibit others from wanting to say things. I thank you. It's not, it's impolite. So please, cheer internally, but not externally. Mr. Jagutis, welcome.
Welcome. Good evening, Council and citizens. Ron Jagutis, resident Satellite Beach, KPEG member. And I'm going to take a little bit different approach on this, the way it's presented. And thank you, Chief, for presenting everything. First of all, many people were not in attendance at the July 23rd meeting, which established the millage rate. My question is, the 8.3979 was the millage rate we established. Is that not correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And we received compressed fund balances with revenues and expenditures for all the funds within the city. General fund, all the funds, correct? And then we had a revision that came out. Nowhere was the millage rate changed, is my assumption, correct? Through today. It's 8.3979, correct?
Yes, well, correct.
All right. That tells me that perhaps our general fund balance was going to be a deficit, because if I look at item 14, additions to the fund balance, there is roughly, I believe Brenda helped me, $118,000 reserve, correct, that is required. 118,000 according to Gatsby is required. and there's an additional 40,000 there,
116.
right? But there's an additional amount coming through there of 40,000, because it's about 160 what my schedule shows.
Looks like
180. There's a leftover balance there. So that tells me this $200,000 would have truly been a deficit. And I don't think anybody wants to run in a deficit. Plus, I'm going to add the fact here that we're looking at budget numbers right now. We have close to 10 months of no actual data presented here to us that may be increasing the reserve balance that could help balance the budget going forward. I don't have those answers. I probably never will till after the audit, which is very unfortunate. My whole point here is there have been recommendations by City Council to whittle at the budget as it stands right now. Secondly, we have a reserve adjustment here that we don't want to go in a loss. Third, we could probably transfer, other than from the capital improvements funds, certain things, and we need to sharpen our pencils, and we will not solve this problem today. We will need additional meetings, as KPEG had requested in the past that we have them prior to setting the millage rate. We are in this boat right now, so let's sharpen our pencils and ask for assistance from KPEG members to help with resolving this issue. Thank you.
Thank you. Other public comment? Pam?
Pam Stam, non-City of Satellite Beach resident. One idea would be to take the $400,000 that is for retirement contributions and completely eliminate that from the budget so that the police employees have no retirement money coming to them. And they could, and it would save jobs, all the staff could remain employed, and the people in the police officer or their families could readjust their personal budgets to deal with the change of not having retirement contributions come to them, and there could be communication with the union, obviously, since the union's in place, because that would be part of the ultimate outcome.
Okay, thank you for that comment. Other personal, Don, Lenore, if there is anyone in the Civic Center that would like to come over, you can come over, please, at this time, and we will get you in. Okay, sir, you'll be next. Okay, thank you. I didn't see you, Steve.
Don McClendon, resident. Looking at the slide here, Sean, I do notice that the retirement contributions and other benefits actually are 56%, for us, these salaries are 54%. So the retirement contributions and other benefits do make up a significant portion of this budget. What we're seeing here tonight is occurring all over this country. I don't know that any city here has been immune in our country. It's a very emotional time, especially when you start talking about people's jobs. I stood at this same podium for years, and I talked to council, and I talked to different mayors, different council members. I held up Wall Street Journal headlines. I said, you've got to stop going down this road, or we're going to find that we're bankrupt. We are not going to be able to pay for everything that is being given just because people thought it was nice and this is what we would do. If I look at page 6, the general fund says, if police and fire pensions and stormwater transfers are included in the calculations as per cap, it was not done in previous years, that increases it. So not being, those figures weren't done in previous years. Well, now, because of audit and the KPEG, they are showing up in the budget. what happened in previous years that most citizens, including myself, were not aware, and I expressed to this council that I felt misled. That funds were being borrowed to the amount of, my understanding, some $5 million from the CRA transferred into the general fund to pay for police and fire enhanced services. I don't know where this situation stands today, but I think that's a fact. And please correct me if I'm wrong. Also, we're currently running I don't have the number again, I think it's somewhere between $4.6 and $5 million of unfunded liabilities to these retirement plans. Where's that money going to come from? I mean, I just gave you $10 million that was coming out of thin air, but a $5 million unfunded pension liability is the scariest thing ever. And final closing, at 10 seconds, I'll commend the chief on his comments. And I do think that the city should look at across-the-board reductions where to share the pain and keep the jobs. Thank you.
Thank you. Other public comment? Oh, sir, sorry. Reset this. Sir. But that's, oh, sorry. You're right there.
Mr. Chair, thank you for letting me speak. I'm a resident. My name is Nicholas Abrams. In my professional life, I work in Tallahassee in state politics, so don't all boo me at once. But I would like to bring something to your attention, and this is something that I have seen, is that too often communities start making these cuts to institutions. The Satellite Beach Police Department is an institution of this community. And when every single person, Mr. Chair, directing you, ran for election, they said that they would protect the integrity and the values of this community. That department is one of those values. So when you start affecting that department, you start affecting the way people live. And if you want to affect how much money you have in your budget, start affecting the quality of life. And 3 officers affects the quality of life in this community, and that will hurt your property values in the long run. So while you address this budget issue, you're going to be scrapping for more money in the long run because you will affect the quality of life.
Thank you. Other public comment?
Oh, you have one more, sir.
Okay, sir. Thanks for making the walk.
Yeah. Curtis Black. I actually live in the county at 155 Sea Park Boulevard, but I own the building down the street. And I got to tell you, when I started looking at that building, I went and I talked to John, and he helped me immensely on the environmental issues and all that. And it was so nice to walk into an office and somebody was there to help you. I talked to Jeff Pearson, and if it wasn't for Jeff, I probably wouldn't have bought it, because he kept telling me, this is the idea. You're going to bring your business back to Satellite Beach. The people will bring it to you. That's the small town idea. The police department, in my opinion, is very important. I've been down at my office late at night, and the police show up. They want to know what I'm doing, make sure it's me, not somebody else. And I get there early in the morning, and they come by and they check on that. And I know they check the building and make sure my gates are locked and all that. It's phenomenal to have that police department. And I'm sure for $200,000 we could find another place to save that if we have to do that. But I got to tell you, everybody, Alan Potter, I can talk to him about the plants that I'm putting beside my building, and he'll tell me that one's going to die, or you have to put a sprinkler on it. And they take care of me. And I tried to get him to sprinkle my yard, but he wouldn't do that for free. I just got to tell you that to cut the police department is a huge mistake. If I'm going to tell somebody to move to Satellite Beach, I can tell them, you don't really have to lock your door. I recommend you do that, but you don't really have to do that. When I was raising my kids and I had problems, I would call Jeff with the problems I had. And he would talk to me and help give me some ideas what happened here and there. And that's what our city needs. So I just want everyone to know that I think we need to keep all the police.
Thank you. And you have a very nice-looking building. You have wonderful on that. On that. So thank you. Other, John? Danny, you want to talk? Okay.
John Fergus, 135 Maple. Just to make it clear, I don't want to see anything less than rollback in the budget. Thank you very much.
this business about giving back sick leave or not selling back sick leave and stuff. We have some very special people working in the city. You wouldn't have a police chief telling you that he can do what he's doing if we hired the cheapest dudes we could find sitting out on the street because they can't keep a job. The benefits are incredibly important to keep the boots on the street. And this is just bizarre, this fetish with cutting the millage. I have no interest in cutting the millage. I would have preferred you guys had increased it and maybe given us the empty, it's now an empty slot in the fire department. They're having to juggle their schedule to be able to continue providing the service that we want. And you guys haven't even addressed one issue in the KPEG, which was replacing the RMS. And if you've been reading the newspapers, we're going to be in trouble in 2013 because the state's going to want digital reporting. Guess what? We got a problem. And you guys haven't even talked about it. Maybe a plus 1% to roll back would have paid for that. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Dan?
Dana Goldman, resident. I wasn't going to say anything, but I was in the other room listening. And I grew up, I'm the daughter of a policeman, so I understand all the stuff that's going on. I had some questions. One of the things is that Chief Pearson had said that he has this plan in place where we're going to do these cuts or we're going to make these adjustments, and it's 3 to 5 years out. I don't think our city has 3 to 5 years to wait for those adjustments to happen. Everyone's heard about the sequestration that's coming down, or possibly, I mean, there's a very good possibility. If that happens, the Space Coast is going to get hit. Our jobs will probably go down. We'll probably lose property values. I mean, things are coming down the road, and we can't keep hoping, which is what I think we did in the past, that it's always going to be rosy in the future. So if we could speed that up or something, I think that would be wonderful. I'm not a real advocate of losing lots of people in the police department, but we have to start doing something. And to think that one person is going to fill into another job and suddenly do 70 hours worth of work in 40 hours, that's not realistic either. If these are such important jobs and those things, if that's the case, why have we had 2 people doing the jobs for all these years? If we could have one person do that job, why have we not had that one person? So suddenly we're going to be back in a situation that's going to be overtime that we're paying, or suddenly we can't get the job done, now we have to bring a temporary or something. So I don't think that's a realistic answer to that. But the other question I have is, I sort of like the idea that we need to spread this pain throughout the city. And why is the police department the only one hit? I mean, I'm not hearing, or when I look at the budget, I don't see anything from the fire department. I know that the public works has been hit very hard in the past. They probably don't have a lot to give. But I think there's other places that we can look, and I think we need to start looking for more things within our budget, like someone said, sharpen our pencil. I think there's places we can sharpen, and if we had better numbers, and if we had more data where you could look across trends, people that understand those things, I think would be able to look or come up with some other ideas that maybe didn't cause people to lose jobs. And one of the other things is maybe we can come up with some kind of compromise where people can keep their jobs. Maybe we increase the contributions to your medical care. I don't know. In my job, my hours have been cut. I haven't had a pay raise in 5 years. So when we're talking about these things, but I still have a job. I still have somewhere I can go, and I have a paycheck. And we have to start looking at some of these. It isn't the old days. Things are not going to be the same. And people need to look at that reality, and we need to come together as a community and find ways that we can benefit all of us, and that includes the taxpayers. And there are many people that, even though some of us would love to pay an extra $40 to have a person in a boot on the street, there are other people that cannot afford $40. They're losing their houses. They're into foreclosure. They're not buying their medicines. There are 3 families that are living in a car that are our neighbors. I'm sorry, they can't afford to continue to support all this. Thank you.
Thank you. Other public comment. Is there anybody outside, Mr. Utek? Sir, Mayor? Sergeant Frost, is there anyone outside that you know that's waiting?
Looks like we got it.
Thank you. Okay, just one. Okay, thank you.
My name is Pat Utek, and I've lived in this town for 48 years. If you don't mind, I'd like to turn my back to the council and apologize to every one of you for the lousy job we did as past council. We put you in this embarrassing situation, which I don't understand at all. Usually things were done by the council that were leading to the progression in the future of the city. As it is right now, the primary job of a council is to provide services to the residents. If we start cutting at some of these things, what services are going to be gone? I owe my life right now to the fire department. I had major heart surgery, and they were monitoring me on a weekly basis and came over to the house. Some of them, there were half a dozen of the firemen being given on-the-job training by Rihanna as a young lady. I collapsed totally. I was gone. Had they not been there, would I have lived? I don't know, but I don't care to find out. I can't either. So I strongly urge you to stop looking at cutting services. There are other ways to go at it, but please do not cut back on the services that the city provides, and that includes every department, not just one. They all contribute in many ways. Thank you.
Thank you, Pat. And one person in the... I saw a hand in the back, Michelle. Hi.
Hi. Mike Batarak, Satellite Beach resident. Last time I checked, we were all Satellite Beach residents here, and when Satellite Beach through the years has always had issues or things go on, we come together as a community. That's one reason why when I grew up here as a kid, it was always like that. I had Kerry Stong, who handed me my first baseball uniform when I was a kid, when I was 6 years old. People like that have served 39 years. I know Commander Hodges has been here quite a while too. I don't know the exact number, but people like that I think should be embraced in the community, not forced out. They dedicated their whole entire life to here, Satellite Beach. Every single day they served us, served our kids. Now they're serving my kids. I think to push those people out, or the fire department, things can be cheaper, but as that one gentleman stated, quality of life that we have here that we don't have to deal with like in places like Cocoa and Titusville and places like that. You're not going to walk out here and get robbed. It's not going to happen. But in those other places it does, because our quality of life is better. I'd rather pay a little more taxes so I can walk across the street to a beautiful beach with nice boardwalks that Public Works took care of, and bathrooms and stuff that are clean that Public Works took care of. And then I can go and call the police department, and I have a 2-minute response time. Or like Mr. Utek said, if he's having heart issues, you call the fire department that is 3 minutes down the road that's going to be there right then and save his life possibly. That's the Satellite Beach that I want. Okay, and that's what we've always had. So I understand change is the new thing, but sometimes we should preserve and not change.
Thank you. I saw a hand. Yes, please come up. No, well, no, I just, sorry.
Richard Grace. I am a Satellite Beach resident, and I am a city employee. It's nice to stand in front of you guys, because I've answered the phone and I've talked to you, but I don't think that any of you have met me. Hi. I answer 911. I'm a dispatcher. I'm not a uniformed officer. I am there. I'm the first person that talks to these people when they have an emergency, and believe me, some of the emergencies are not real, true emergencies, unless you are the person on the other end of the phone that is calling with that problem. To get somebody to your house in seconds, whether it's a true emergency or something that happened 6 hours earlier, and you're just panicked because you feel violated, is so important. And like my chief said, I'm passionate about my job, I'm sorry, but the people are the least the positions that they hold are just as important as the people and what they do. I can't stress enough that the services that we provide for the people that are calling us in our city, even the people who've never called, once they have to call, if they had to trade that $40 or $50 a year for that one phone call, even if they are in foreclosure, they would find a way to scrape the money together. They would borrow it because it's their emergency at that time. Thank you.
Thank you. Michelle?
Michelle French, resident. First and foremost, I have to say that I don't like to hear about anybody losing a job. I know firsthand the heartache and the anxiety that is created from that. And I would not want anybody to go through it. So, first and foremost, that's the most important thing. Secondly, though, what I look at there is that the retirement and the other benefits are the second and third largest line item numbers. I don't know what other benefits are. I really don't. It wasn't explained. But if other benefits is the payout for sick leave, that is one policy that I think absolutely needs to be changed. There is no organization, private or public or whatever, that will pay out the amount of sick leave that we pay out to people. So that's one way that I think a cut could be made. The other retirement contributions.
Mayor, quiet down, please. I can't hear.
I'm sorry. Could you?
am I hearing
just trying to listen to Michelle. Thank you.
Retirement contributions across the board. People are having to pay in more to receive the benefits. I'm not a proponent of doing away with it, but I do think that that would be an option that could be presented to not only the police department, but everybody within the city, if they would be willing to contribute a little bit more towards the retirement. I think there's other ways. I would love to see other ways because I really don't want to see anyone lose a job.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Other public comment?
My name is Kelly Flutie. I'm a resident of Satellite Beach and a part-time city employee. I just have to say I work for another city full-time for a police department. Since coming to this police department part-time, I am absolutely amazed at the multifunctional tasks that these officers, sergeants, lieutenants, chief, commanders do. I had absolutely no idea all the job capacities that Commander Hodge does. In our department, it would be divvied up like you would not even believe, and it is divvied up. You are saving so much money with all that he's bringing to the table and all the experience that Jeff Pearson has for the table. The sergeants and lieutenants, when they're working, they're not just sitting in their office, they're out meeting the public, they're taking case reports, they're definitely boots on the street, or however you phrased it, Jeff, I'm not sure. But I just can't foresee cutting anything, especially the wealth of knowledge from Commander Hodge and the Patty, Bev, Sherry, the girls. From what I understand, granted, I mostly work night shifts, so I don't know the day shift people. But they come into dispatch, they help out, they do records, they do evidence, they all cover for each other. It's just absolutely amazing how they work together and do so many different jobs, and doesn't even seem like they ask for money in return, which obviously I don't think they're getting compensated for fairly at all, but they're willing to do it because of our community. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Brian Hurley. I live in Satellite Beach. I publicly want to thank the police department. I'm a contractor, and I spent 2 years over in Afghanistan. And while I was away, we have a neighbor that has some challenges. He attacked my wife twice, and they were very responsive. Especially they were responsive to me when I called from somewhere in Afghanistan, and they kind of questioned it, but they were very responsive. And I felt very confident talking to those people on the other side of the phone that she was going to be taken care of. But, the thing I got a kick out of when we had an incident with this gentleman, their response time and how many they came to deal with this person. So, you start cutting policeman, obviously you're compromising public safety. And that's something I have been hearing from the board. And I'm sure it's somewhere in there. You don't want to cut police and fire because you're going to compromise people's public safety. But Chief, the only thing I got to ask is, back in '78 when I graduated from school, there was, I was a police officer before I went to flight school. There was I looked inside the car and I said, man, things haven't changed. And I said, where's your computer system? Chief, if I may, the name of the system is Timbor? MDTs. Yeah, you can't talk. You can't talk to the different entities out here. And you can't do paperwork. You got to do it on your laptop, your personal laptop. So you guys don't have a lot of equipment that you probably would make your job more efficient. We're trying. Yeah. So I want to thank the police department and just wanted to, excuse me, give you my input. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I see no other individuals for public comment on the police department of the budget. I'll bring it back to the council now for direction to the city manager.
I wrote down some questions that they'd asked, and I think they need to be answered. How much would be saved per household?
Okay. With the rollback rate for, I'm just going to use it, and you can, for the rollback rate, which is not on this budget, that was the one that was proposed on the 23rd, that was for a $100,000 home with that rollback rate would be $840. With the rollback rate for a $100,000 assessed value, with the rollback rate -1, which is this budget, it would be $831, a savings of $9. So if you have a $300,000 home, it would be a savings of $27. Now the other issue is some of the, again, that's using the aggregate rate because it depends, and there would be some variation, but there is not a lot of savings.
Okay, another question, and I might need help with this one. The general fund balance, is it in a deficit?
No, it is not in the deficit.
Can you explain that and maybe
Well,
clarify
this budget does use rollback -1. This was calculated on that. The prior budget that we worked from was just the straight rollback rate. So I'm really, and if anyone has a question about that, I think it would be important to come in and talk with Brenda on that, or me, and we'll see what the situation is.
And I guess the million-dollar question, I do remember at the last meeting when we set the millage rate, which, by the way, can go lower but cannot increase, I remember a statement saying, I think we could do better, and I think people said, yeah, we probably could, but I don't remember. How did this come about, the police department making the $200,000 cuts other than alternative methods of maybe looking at the benefits or the personnel policy or other methods to make that $200,000 cut?
Well, I'm not sure that I really want to address that, simply because, well, I think there've been a lot of rumors going around, and the issue where this first came from was a council person requesting a 10% across the board cut. And then there were other members who said at the 23rd meeting, too, that they would like to see this be lower than the rollback rate as well. And but the issue actually arose from a request that is in public record. It's out there.
I'm sorry, I was in the Ocala Forest for the weekend, so I kind of missed all the excitement until I got back yesterday. But I'm just a little bewildered. How it came about, and then hear the rumors, and how it came down to the cutting of positions and little other alternative methods to decrease the budget, to decrease the millage rate. I mean, I know that, and also to me, and I know for my constituents, levels of service are very important. It's the reason why everyone moved here, and it was a very specific question that was asked during the interview process about maintaining levels of service. So I was kind of taken aback when all of a sudden I'm hearing about cuts in the police department, particularly a commander who's been here for 24 years, because I know what's going to happen. that position will be cut, and then next year, they're going to come back and say, we need a commander. And it has typically happened in other departments where the administrative clerk position was dissolved, and then, now we have 3 employees that have recently been hired to help at City Hall. So
And that is why-
we need to think very carefully about the decisions that we make here tonight. And I do believe the pencil needs to be sharpened. I think there's alternative methods if the community is serious about reducing the millage rate. I know some people say it doesn't matter. Well, to the majority of the people in Satellite Beach, it does matter. And I want to say something, and people are going to think this is harsh, but I really don't want to hear snickering when someone talks about the loss of a job. I mean, it is so offensive, because you have no idea what it's like to have a loved one lose a job, be terminally ill, lose your health benefits, and I think it's really obnoxious to be snickering when someone talks about loss of a job.
All right, excuse me. I can't. All right. We need to, we're working on the budget, please. And, all right, please.
I just want to ask one last question. Chief, do you know how many sworn officers you had back in 2000?
18, I believe.
18? Okay.
The numbers used to be 2 per 1,000, 1 per 500, but that didn't include the SROs who we have in the schools, and then you add detectives, and you add some other police. So we are down. So we tried to get there. We have 10,109 residents.
And how many sworn officers do you have now?
21.
21?
So right where we should be. We need to look at this. I agree. I was a little taken back by 8.1 instead of 8.9, and the cuts in positions, because I heard it a couple of times. First of all, I thank you very much for your comments on all sides of the fence, and that's what this government is made of. So thank you for all the comments. I stopped at 20, just recording, and 20 people, so thank you. But I'm just wondering, 8.1, which is nice, and we have always tried to reduce the millage rate. Scott and I, first time budget for a couple of other people. A lot of times we heard, hey, you're the highest in the county, you're the highest in the county, and we were. Till Palm Bay took over, and Palm Bay still took over. So now we're second, and people are raising the millage rate, and we always took a little slap for that, which I always felt bad about. I said, and like Dominic said, we don't charge utility. There's other taxes we don't charge, but our millage, and if you look on the chart, there's a chart in here, we will be second in the county again. And people will say, you guys are second. And we're just trying to reduce the millage. This did catch me by surprise very much. And we just have to figure out where we want to go. Do you want to approve? Let's just talk police. How do you want to approach this? Do you want to take it as presented? Do you want to direct the city manager to re-look at this?
Well, I don't want to take it as presented, and I think that, unfortunately, if it takes additional meetings to get where we need to be, I think you need to take a look at the benefits package and sit with the department heads, and perhaps the chief can go back to the union and see if we can. I don't think it's going to get any better. I think it's going to get worse, and we're duty-bound to the taxpayer to try to do the best we can to perhaps lower the millage rate and find alternative ways to save some money.
However, on the 3 positions, do we want to take them off of, do we want them still in play or not?
Well, again, I don't think we make personnel decisions. I think, isn't that the chief and the city manager that does that?
That's correct. So does the council want to decrease the budget by $200,000? I mean, that's what do we want to decrease the budget, rollback minus 200,000? And that's what we have to decide. Or where do we want to be?
I think it's...
Mr. Mayor, it's Greg.
Go ahead, Greg.
Where did the $200,000 figure come from?
Hey, Greg, I just think that's the difference of 3.6% and 10%, which is additional 6.4%. And that's just where I think the 200,000 came from. There was no direction on where to find that money. But I think it was the difference between 3.6 and the additional 6.4. Is that okay? I'll repeat after he says. He says, where did the 200,000 come from? This figure that we're looking for. So Greg, did you hear that?
Yeah. So basically, that was 6.4% of the $8,000 or $8 million. Is that correct? Or approximately $8 million. It's a little over $8 million.
Yeah, I think that's a little bit more than 200,000. That's probably okay, but I think that's the 10%. You know, wanting to reduce the millage by 10% rather than presented 3.6.
Yeah. And by the way, that 10% was an email that I sent to Ann, and that was my opinion. All of us have to come to that conclusion together. If what to do, I was telling what I would like to see done. And I would also like to make the point that I did not say in that email how to target that. I give first. So if
Okay, hey, I'm sorry, as they say in the cockpit, you're breaking up, Greg. You're about 2 by. I'm sorry, and but I understand what you're saying, that you did not direct any specific cuts, but you would like to see what it would look at 10% rather than 3.6. But the council had agreed on the rollback.
Right.
Okay, I'm sorry. You are in a bad part of probably the beach line. So we're just gonna hold off a little bit and we're gonna discuss it. Okay. Ann, I don't know what I'm hearing. I know. What were you going to say about the slots? Do we want to relook at the? We haven't even looked at the budget. This is a workshop. So I mean, we got to get to September. How do you want to get there?
Well, again, I believe that the level of service is important. All right, clearly. The intensity of that service might be something that we could look at that would perhaps produce some savings. The reason I asked Chief Pearson the question about 2,000 is as I was doing my homework about the budget, if 18 sworn officers was the population in 2000 and it's 21 now, I think that's about a 15% increase, where our population over that same period of time has only increased about 5%.
Yeah, I think it went from about 8.5 maybe to 10. We went from a small city to a medium-sized city.
And the reason I just point that out just as a measure of proportionality, not as a particular target for the police department. It's just I wanted to.
I don't think we had SROs at that time. Jeff, you want to answer that?
He's correct. I mean, the numbers I believe are correct. What you have to consider though is the police department doesn't go just based on population. Back in 2000, we have more crime, we have more responsibilities, we have more accountability, we've got more state mandated requirements. Times are different. Times are difficult. People are doing things. People are desperate. I mean, crime is there. It's different than it was back then. So, in 2000 we have 18 people. Now we have 21 people. I mean, I think that's a pretty reasonable increase. You're talking about one officer every 3.5 years or so.
Chief, to maintain 3 on, okay, scope of the work needs to stay as is? You know, usually we have 3 on the street, is that correct?
No, we try to have 3 on the street. We're not anywhere near having the ability to have 3 on the street all the time.
You could augment that with Brad or yourself?
Yeah, we handle it, but to directly answer your question, no. Optimum peak times, we try to have 3 people on all the time. But we do not have the staffing to do that 24/7 is, I guess, really the answer.
Okay. All right. I would like the council just to address the personnel issue, and then I think I can give the city manager some direction on this. Or, I don't mean that like I'm going to give it, but I mean, then I think we can come up with a formulated plan. Personnel issues. Scott?
I know that when we set the tentative millage rate, a couple of us, or all of us, said that we'd like to see it go lower if it potentially can. I'm not in favor of the proposal to eliminate 3 police employees the way it stands right now. If we can continue to look at the budget and find more savings to reduce that, I'd like to see that. But the way it's proposed here, I'm not in favor of that at all.
Thank you. Cheryl?
And I'm the same, but I do think we need to take a look at the benefits or the personnel policy handbook. And also, Chief needs to take a look at it and see if we can start working on some reductions there, which has been available to this council now for months. It's not a new issue. And also, too, I know that some of the department is willing to take a week furlough to give those making under $49,000 1% bonus. I just have an issue with that. I get it's a trade-off, but on one end you're proposing in this budget to cut folks, and then on the other end you're planning on giving a bonus. A bonus is this: if the city budget's the bonus, then it's given to the employees based on performance evaluation, not just the. I think you would have really an issue as far as what's the law, the Federal Labor Act, if you just gave the employees below $49,000 a bonus. You have to either give a COLA or across the board. So I have a real issue with that as well.
Okay, and that's a good point. And I'd like to welcome Councilman Billman.
Yes, thank you.
We are in a position now where we're just discussing direction on the personnel. Scott has just said that he, can I put words in your mouth, or just that he does not agree with the cuts to the people. Cheryl has said that also, but she says we need to look at across the board, either some sort of cuts to get to rollback and maybe a little bit more. But Lloyd has not input on personnel yet, and neither have I.
Well, again, I do not want to see people lose their jobs. That's first and foremost. I also believe that they're, having served on KPEG, that there are other opportunities within our total budget to perhaps reduce the bottom line so that we can achieve the same sort of thing. So again, I don't want to take any action with this budget right now that's going to pull people off, from their jobs.
Thank you. And Councilman Billman, I'll give you a chance, Greg. I know you said you heard most of it, but whatever you'd like to say.
Okay. Yeah, I was surprised too on the jobs. And let me. Let me read something to you all. And I heard a couple of folks stand up and say things, and I've seen some emails come out. And if we're going to debate, let's debate from a position of knowledge. Let's debate from the facts. Okay? So let me read you the email that I sent to Ms. Samuelson. Good start, Ann, good start. But as I stated last night, I believe your initial budget does not reflect making tough decisions we need in order to bring our city expenditures under control. I would like to see, I didn't say the council said to do, I said I would like to see a 10% decrease in general fund expenditures, which means another 6.6%. As I have said before, the KPEG offered some innovative ideas. And then I go through the fact that 85% of our budget is salaries and benefits. And I think that the KPEG should be the primary factor that we use to find these expenditure cuts. So, did I ask? Okay, I don't believe comparing our employee salaries to other cities is viable. Our city is a lot smaller than most, and government employee salaries are bloated all over. The argument that employees will leave is also not viable in my humble opinion. The market and economy will make that determination, and we should allow it to be so. And I still believe that. I believe in the free market, and I hope most of you believe in the free market. Please do not force council to make decisions for you as the past city manager did. I've supported your selection because I believe you to be a no-nonsense business professional who can make the tough decisions. Thank you for your hard work to date. I know it's not easy and you have to walk a fine line. This budget, however, is critical as the initial budget leading our city to fiscal sanity. So that's what I read, folks. That's what I wrote. I don't think Chief, did I tell you to fire anybody?
No, sir.
Did I even mention to you, Ann, that I wanted the chief to fire anybody?
No.
Did I mention that I wanted this proposal on my part, my singular proposal, did I say I wanted this target at the police department?
No, you never did.
Thank you. Those of you who stood up and said that I had, I would please ask you to go back and look at your approach to debating subjects in this city. If we need to debate, like I said, let's debate from a position of fact. And that'll make things better all the way around. Thank you.
Okay. And thank you, sir. We have no public comment. And what I hear from the police department and the comments is to not include the 3 positions in the adjusted budget that you present to us again.
Right.
And we may have to do this on the 15th, the 14th, or look at it again before September 5th. I'm not sure, because we don't, as this is written, now I'm not saying that not to come down rollback -1, but if you can't get there, then we need to know that.
Right.
Can I offer an option?
Go ahead.
Would it be possible, I know there's some folks from the KPEG who would like to help, and in accordance with my message to you, my email to you, would it be possible maybe if we sat down with the KPEG folks and the results of that fine report and maybe take a look at finding other places to find efficiencies rather than personnel? Would that be a sane approach?
I think that's the answer. And Scott put out an email today too that we have not really discussed the KPEG. Lloyd was the KPEG chairman. We need to get, we had some good heads, good smart people on that. 92 pages came back.
And some real good ideas.
And it was really good. And we saved $30,000 by doing it in-house. Saved $30,000 that I had budgeted, not me. We had budgeted last year to do that, so we saved you $30,000.
Well, and I think that they did put some of those aspects into play. But I think that personnel policy is a big issue. And that really, and it just keeps coming up again and up again because of things, again, going from this point forward to rectify some of those things.
And I don't think anybody up here, I know I don't, and my email certainly didn't say that we needed to cut services. We are here to support services. We're here to maintain services.
Correct.
But we need to maintain services in the most efficient manner, or we will not have a city left to give services with. Folks, pick up the Wall Street Journal. Pick up any decent media newspaper out there and read what's going on in this country. Read what's going on in cities all over this country with regard to expenditures. Folks, we need to get control of these expenditures now, or we won't be around to offer you services. That's what this effort is all about. This effort is about protecting services for everybody in this city, not only for the folks who need them in the next couple of years, but for my children too. So I take it as a personal affront when I and others on this council are attacked because we're supposedly trying to cut services. We're not. We're trying to save services. The only way we're going to save services in this city, yes, sir. You can shake your head no, but the only way we're going to save services in this city is to do it in the most efficient manner. And I'm sorry, but that's just the truth of the matter.
Well, I think each council person really does have a heart for the city, and you do approach it in different ways, and that's okay. And I agree. The city needs to maintain the services, but I think this is also an exercise in trying to find out just what the residents do want and how and what they expect.
Okay.
And sometimes things are painful, but that is a process to go through.
That's
as well.
right, and that's exactly right. It is painful. Sometimes efficiency is painful, but it has to be done. And that doesn't mean that you can't still, Mr. Utex talked about being saved by the firemen. Absolutely wonderful. That doesn't mean that if we find a different way of doing business with our fire department, you still won't have that level of service. Or the police department won't be able to go by, I heard somebody talking about checking their businesses late at night. Just because we modify the way we do business, just because we change, we may relook at the way we organize, we may look at the way we equip ourselves, whatever, doesn't mean that you're going to lose that service. It just means that we're going to be doing it more efficiently, which means we can continue to give you those services. And we can bring our millage rate down, and we can bring businesses into town as well as new families. Let me just, we need to keep things in perspective here, folks. In 2007, the unfunded retirement liabilities of this city was $3.5 million. In 2011, the unfunded retirement liability in this city was $6.34 million. The other post-employment benefit obligations in this city in 07 was $336,000. In 2011, there were 1.1 million. Folks, it's going this way. We need to level it off. And we need to level it off so that we can maintain services for everybody in the city. It's going to be difficult to do. That is why the department heads got with the folks who put together the KPEG and did some wonderful work. And I think we need to sit down with that KPEG group and the department heads and our interim city manager and see if we can't find some more services without having to make some really painful cuts. But that doesn't mean that might not be required at some point. We just need to keep that in mind.
All right. Okay. Well, thank you. And the direction for the council is to not remove the 3 slots.
Correct.
However, as we get into the budget, and I think what Greg is saying is correct, we want to, we have many more departments. We want to look at efficiencies and stuff like that, but the 3 slots are not in place. Preserved. Right. With that in mind, everyone, I'd like to take a 10-minute break till 8:30. Thank you for coming.
Bill's back up. It'll warm up.
Yeah. I don't know. I think some people have left. I think the police was...
Very much for coming back. We are going to go into the next part. We're going to discuss 4 parts: the legislative, administrative, finance, general government, and fire in this segment, and then we'll be able to comment on those 4. So, Dan, thank you. I'll bring it back to you for legislative.
I appreciate that. And Brenda Raver, Finance Director, is going to give details on legislative, as well as a few more.
Okay,
Brenda,
and
take
Brenda,
it away.
can you direct us to a page, if you have a page in front of you, of where you're speaking
Page
from?
13.
15, thank you. 13, sorry. Okay. All right, Brenda, let's talk legislative.
Okay. On the legislative, can you hear me? Can you hear me okay?
Yeah.
Okay. On the legislative.
Now we cannot.
Now we cannot, okay.
No, we cannot.
It's,
Yeah.
oh, that as well.
Yeah, there we go,
I think
okay.
it's-
Okay, most of it is basic. The only new item that was added is minor apparatus.
Okay.
A lot better, there we go. Okay, is minor apparatus, and what I added was for 5 laptops, and what that's going to do is save on paper, toner, and staff time. Instead of making packets for all the council members and then having it delivered and staying late at night, binding them and doing all that good stuff. Now it'll be just sent to your laptops, and then you could bring the laptops to the council chambers and we could update it automatically, and it's just wonderful. You could view the packets on your laptops. It is going to save us so much time and money from staff. So we add, and now you can see it's kind of on the cheap side. They're only $6.50 a piece, but that will save us a lot of money. I'm sorry if they're cheap, but and that includes warranty too.
Yeah.
You know, on the software. So that's pretty good for laptops. Anyway, the rest is just basic stuff. So if you go to the next, two more, right there, admin. Okay, on the admin side,
Okay, hold on.
which is on page 17.
Thank you.
Oh, I have a question, Brenda. The Space Coast League of Cities, how much is that a year?
Are you back on?
Yeah, I'm back. I'm sorry.
Oh, no, that's okay.
Page 14. We have,
Okay, Space Coast League of Cities.
what's it?
Oh, I'm sure it's more than $90. though.
Okay, if you go to page 16 in your packet. Okay, and
It says $90, Brenda, is that
yeah,
right?
It says 1,060, doesn't it?
No, that's Florida League of Cities.
Oh, that is for,
Yeah, I just wanted to know, I guess the city pays a fee to be a member, correct? Space Coast League of Cities?
Yes. But they have a small budget that they give out some scholarships, and just.
well, this was based on actual amounts that were paid. So if you want to have these adjusted up or down, we could change that.
No, I just thought it would be more. I just,
Yeah, it just sounds
a lot more.
Florida League of Cities is where the expense is.
Brenda, any idea how long it'll take us to make that money back for the computers, for the, versus having to print everything and maybe just a
Well,
lag?
just in staff time alone, I would say maybe less than a month. I mean, with all the different meetings in poor Lenore, I mean,
On me, majority of the time.
yes, I mean, she's here. Yeah.
Oh, so it didn't really cost us anything.
Oh, stop.
All right. Okay. Thank you. So let's get to, we're into
Okay.
admin and finance. Thank you.
17. Okay, on the salaries, it's about 79% for salaries, FICA tax, other benefits, which in everybody's line item for other benefits, I know some people in the audience had asked what other benefits includes. That's for health insurance, dental, life, and eye benefits. So that's in every department. That's what that encompasses. So when you go to anybody's budget, that's what that includes. In equipment maintenance, that's for our business tax receipt software and IMS permitting. The other items are just basic. We also added for one new computer and software, and that was per KPEG's recommendation. If you go two more screens, and that is for the general government services, which is page 21 in your book. The first one is for the retirement. That's for the general employees retirement pension plan, and that's for all departments, including some for the police department and also for 401A members. The next item is the retiree and COBRA insurance, and we also get money back from the retirees, so the net amount is $97,897 for that line item. The audits, that includes the GASB 45 OPEB study that's going to be done, and that's why that was increased. The two lines underneath that for the pensions, the police and fire pensions and the general employees pension, those are reimbursable line items. We get those monies back for any amounts that are paid out of those two line items. So we get those monies back. The communications line item, we had budgeted $17,000. Within that $20,000, we budgeted $17,000 for the Beachcaster in that line item. In the next column, under city insurance, for the $239,000, that encompasses general liability, auto, and flood insurance. If you go down further, under the tuition in higher education, the $2,500, that's going to be a maximum. That's one of the changes that's going to be implemented for this coming year. That was one of the policy changes in the personnel. It's going to be $2,500 maximum for all tuition reimbursements instead of $2,500 per person. It's going to be $2,500 for everybody. They will just put in for the pool at the end of the fiscal year and get reimbursed. Whoever puts in for the pool, it'll be divvied up amongst them instead of $2,500 per person.
Oh, instead of first come, first serve?
Yes. But it'll be divvied up whoever puts in for the money instead of $2,500 per person for their higher education. That'll save money there. And the last two items, the other police and fire pension and the general employees pension for publication subscriptions, those are also reimbursed in full, no matter what those are for. It's so the members on our pension boards, they could go to conferences and get memberships. Those are reimbursed from our pension plan. But it's that so they can get it up front instead of having to go through the pension board and getting reimbursed. We pay for it on the front end and then get reimbursed. So we do get the money back.
Okay.
And that's it.
Thank you, Brenda. Any other questions?
None on those yet, and then, well, I don't know.
Well, I'm still concerned or have a question about the Space Coast League of Cities membership because I'm getting feedback from the community that it's very expensive to become a member. Not that I'm opposed to being a member, but I just want to make sure what the cost is. What I'm understanding, it's in the set like $25,000 a year or something, so they're saying. I don't know.
No,
Per the municipality?
There is an expense for National League of Cities, and we dropped out of that several years ago. That was about
well, maybe that's
$2,500 in NLC, and we haven't been in National League of Cities probably for several years. We are in Florida League of Cities and Space Coast, and those are the only.
There has to be a membership fee, though, correct?
Yeah,
We can double check that for you, Cheryl.
Okay, and then
it could have been national because that was expensive.
That was expensive, yes. But the Florida League of Cities, that's the $1,060.
Yeah.
Okay.
And that is listed there.
And then on page 18, I see the furlough, the salaries, 5 furlough days, 1,710, but then the bonus of only 843. So we're supplementing the general fund with those furlough days. I thought it was a trade-off, which I'm personally opposed to, but that's not making sense to me.
That's just in the admin and finance department. Each
No, I
department will have
understand.
their own.
I understand, but you're only bonusing out so you're saying overall it'll even out?
Well, the furlough days is just the department heads, and the bonuses are for employees that earn $49,500 or less and that have been here for a year or longer.
You know, but what she's saying is, in our original discussion when we approved that, I think the way the discussion was, well, when we talked about it, excuse me, I think the original discussion was those two would offset each other. But what you're saying is just in this department, that those numbers aren't going to mesh just in this department. They'll mesh if we compare them across the entire city. Is that right?
Well, I did it within each department. So it's...
Say yes.
Okay, yes, yes.
No, I mean, is that correct?
Well,
Right.
it's-
Aggregate.
The aggregate
aggregate,
evens out. It doesn't
yes.
even out in each department.
No, it does not equal out in each department, correct.
My concern
Yes.
earlier was, and I don't know if you could hear, is that
It is 15,000 per, yes, 15,000 in furloughs and 15,000 in bonuses,
I get it.
correct.
I get it. But my concern is a furlough, when you're furloughed, they can collect unemployment. So that we still have to pay out for that. And also too, a bonus is a budget line we approve and it's based on performance. And I have Mr. Beadle's not here tonight, but if you just give, it's really not a bonus, it's a pay increase of 1%, and you're setting a timeline and not giving it to everybody, there might be a labor law issue.
Yeah, they wouldn't be able to collect unemployment for being furloughed for 5 days. They wouldn't.
I know pilots that do it. Yeah.
They're getting it from some other source, then it's not.
Well, I'm opposed to that. I want to know how the rest of the council feels before we
Brenda,
go forward
did you
with
do any
this
research?
furlough.
I know that Councilwoman Dean brought up something and about the word furlough. Did you do any research on that word, that it may come back to, that word may not be in the best of the city's interest? Is there a better word?
Well, the other thing is some of these folks that have been here for a long, long time, they're accruing a heck of a lot of vacation.
Right.
Some could be 4 or 5 weeks, plus now they're taking another week off. They're department heads. We need people here to run the city, so I'm opposed to
You're opposed to that because
the principle, the furlough, the trade-off, the bonus versus the COLA. We're asking we have an issue here, and we're just proposed to lay some people off, and you're giving certain folks, quote, a bonus, and I just have a real issue.
The reason why we did it as a bonus instead of adding it to their base wage is so we did not have to, if you added it to the base wage, then their pension percentage would be added on top of their regular salary and whatever. But if they give them just a bonus or a check, then you don't have to incur any additional costs to the city.
No, I understand.
That's why we did it that way, and so you could call it anything
but a bonus,
you want.
if you look at the handbook, our policy handbook, which is old, a bonus is based on performance.
Well, that we usually call that a merit increase.
Yeah.
Not a bonus. We call that a merit increase in our personnel policy. And then the second item for a furlough, the county calls it a furlough, and we decided as department heads that we were going to take it spread out over 1 year to be used at the city's department head's discretion in conjunction with the city, interim city manager's discretion to, as long as she approves whenever the department head wants to take it within a year, not to take it in one fell swoop, 1 week off. So it'd be like 1 month or 1 day in January, one in, in February or whatever, but at the convenience of the city manager and when it would be convenient for the department head.
I'm just saying some of the folks that have been here for a long time are accruing quite a bit of vacation, 10 days vacation time, 3 days of personal time, we just gave them 20 hours of comp time. This year, it's a lot of time. I'm just concerned about not the efficiency, but can we still be effective with taking 5 extra days off a year? I'm just opposed to it in the crunch that we're in. So that's my opinion.
Now, on the bonus, and I'll just go back to what Cheryl said, I do know that our merits used to be based on the evaluations that each of you made on your people, and that you were only afforded or awarded a merit if you got like a 4.8 and above. Wasn't that, I think, do we still evaluate everyone annually with a number system?
We haven't.
You don't evaluate. Do you, Alan, do you?
Maybe in other departments.
I'm just trying to figure out how we could pay for performance or bonus for performance.
Right.
Is that, go ahead.
Normally they were tied to there were two occasions where you could actually get an increase. One was the merit and one was the COLA. Well, of course, in the times that we're in now, the COLA went away because, there's just no money there. The merit, we still do evaluations, but it's not tied to money anymore. And employees were so used to that being tied to when we bring them in to evaluate them. Oh, does this mean we're getting a bonus or a raise? No, just we're evaluating your performance. So they still get yearly evaluations, it's just not tied to money.
But we could tie this bonus to satisfactory performance, could we not? You're either sat or unsat, and if you're sat, you get the bonus.
You could.
Yeah. Or and we used to do 4.8, and even that was what, the minimum?
That was the max.
Oh, that was the max, 2%, and then you could get 1%, and then you could get something below that.
Because I do agree with Councilwoman Dean, and I don't think we should be. Say again?
Or no percent.
Well, that's it. If you get an unsat.
I think we should tie the bonus. I know I do on my contract. Tie the bonus to performance, and it doesn't have to be a you know, a sliding scale. It could be a you know, a 1 or 0, you either pass or, you know, either.
But because then you are paying for performance.
Right.
Which, and you are offering a bonus for good work.
True.
I mean, it's, even though it's
So
only
it'd
one.
be a merit bonus is what
It would almost be more merit than.
But it'd be a merit bonus, not a merit pay increase.
Right,
Because again,
merit
like you
bonus.
said, we don't want to tie it to a pay increase, we
Right.
tie it to a one-time bonus.
Okay.
Okay,
Scott? Just one more point. Currently, the way the merit system works, if you were topped out in your pay scale, then because you couldn't go any higher in that pay scale, that's how it was given out. It was given out as a bonus. That way, it didn't, you know, your base pay wasn't affected, basically.
Okay, so we would want to probably,
This needs to be talked about a lot more. It's,
But you would be in favor of a pay for performance?
you know, I got to be honest, with the situation we're just in with layoffs, I'm not in favor of any of it until we do a full evaluation of the benefits package. And if our department heads can take off an extra week a year, I mean, we need people here to run the city if we're down to bare minimum and we're not laying off. So I'm real concerned about folks not being here and the effectiveness of the city and the levels of service in all departments. If they can afford a week off, then another week, then.
I have a feeling, though, that you guys wouldn't be taking that time off. I know, but that's just the feeling I've got.
I do, yeah. And I think by them, you being them, volunteering to do this, that's certainly a grand gesture.
Yes, it is.
I don't see it as, you know.
Well, I'm going to give it back to the taxpayer.
Well, I mean, it is very innovative. They cut their retirement from 3% to 2% to save $225,000. And believe me, if any one of these people take off on Friday, they'll be working Saturday, because I know each of them. And I'm not, and I'm just saying that I think it's a magnanimous, thing. I'm sorry. Well, I'm not sorry, but go ahead.
No. I just want to let you know that I put I want to sit in the city attorney's chair
Okay,
for a
go
minute
ahead.
and read the difference between furlough and a layoff. Okay? The difference between a furlough and a layoff is primarily the benefits.
Right.
In a layoff and the right to return back to work. A furlough is not the same as a layoff. A layoff occurs when the employment is basically terminated from the workforce. The main difference here is that with a layoff, the employee who was laid off does not have the option of returning to work with the employer. With a furlough, the employee can still return to work even though they had time off without pay. Additionally, employees who are subject to layoffs are usually cut off from benefits such as medical, dental, and things like that, although they may be entitled to a severance package. A common variation of layoff is like with a factory with a shutdown. All right, but again, that's the primary difference between a layoff and a furlough. You basically retain your benefits. Now, whether or not the employee for those 5 days would earn the extra, 1 hour of sick time and vacation time, I think is probably minuscule, and not really worth discussing.
I have a couple questions about it. I know we saved, $44,000 changing to health provider. That's part of the reduction in the overhead for some of this, right?
We didn't change the health provider. We
found savings.
Yes.
Okay. And I suppose we've looked at all these others, internet, telephone, different things. We probably look at those periodically every year to see if there's better packages or different things like that. Potentially.
Right. We are looking at that right now. Also, our IT person is negotiating that right now to see if we get a lower rate. And also, every year we go out to get competitive bids on our health insurance. And because of who we have, our health care provider, they do an excellent job for us. They really do. And they have it really sewn up in Broward County because they own all the hospitals, they own all the doctors, and it's wonderful. None of the national groups can compete with the local groups, and that's why they can provide us really good service. But we do go out for every year. Yes, every year. Every year we have gotten quotes from the national groups, and they can't even come close to our current health care provider.
Isn't it United Healthcare? We talked about this.
No. We have Health First.
Oh, because I thought at one meeting we talked about it being United Healthcare, and that it had never gone out to bid.
Oh, no. We get quotes every year. I've gotten quotes, and I talk to our liaison, and I see him a couple times a year. And I've gotten quotes every year.
And we go out for competitive bids?
No, we don't have to go out for competitive bids. We have questionnaires that we provide to them, and it has health information on there that we can only get through our health insurance, and it's based on actual dollar values on our members and actual dollar amounts tied to their actual illness, and that has to go out to the national organizations or actual other healthcare providers. They want those dollar amounts. And then our statistical data based on how many members we have, how many family coverages we have, single coverages, and that type of thing. So that's the information that we send out to these national companies like Blue Cross Blue Shield, Cigna, those type of companies. Then they send us back their quotes. So you don't have to go out for competitive bids, and spend the cost on advertising and all that other stuff, because we send out these questionnaires or they're on their documents with the actual dollar amounts on there. So it saves us a lot of money by not having to do that, but we get their information.
Well, I think the issue here is, and this is a national issue as well, is that every organization every year evaluates their benefits program, their health benefits, and
Yes.
Unfortunately in the world today, the cost increases for the person and decreases for the employer.
Mm-hmm.
You can't compare apples to apples. We really need to be looking for a more competitive, and perhaps, things may change with the deductibles or
And we
things
look
like
at that,
So
and we do look at that.
We need to do a better job to save the city money.
And we do that. We look at what the amount of deductibles, and our employees can tell you their deductibles have been going up because our city costs have been going down. To keep our costs down, their deductibles have been going up. The co-pays for prescriptions have been going up to keep our costs down. And I make sure that it does that so we can keep our costs down. And that's why the other companies cannot compete with our Health First coverage, because they own the hospitals in the area. They own the doctors in the area. They cannot compete nationally with them. And they will even tell you that. Cigna will tell you that. Blue Cross and Blue Shield will tell you that. They cannot compete with our local hospitals. They can't. They just can't.
Well, I would like to see some of that data brought back to the city council on apples to
provide that.
apples
I will
versus
have-
changes in
have to provide
policies
that.
and a spreadsheet to show the costs for some of these things. 'Cause,
Certainly.
I will be happy
It's
to
not
provide that.
unusual for companies to switch or employers to switch healthcare providers and to save costs.
And that sometimes costs cities money, and it happened to Cocoa. I was there when it happened to Cocoa. And then they ended up that they could not find a healthcare provider that would be willing to write them a policy.
So what we'll do is we'll bring some costs back to you so you can see the comparisons.
Can we bring up the fire chief, and then this will be...
I just had one more question. The other thing was the legal services, that's Jim Beadle's
Yes.
fee. This has jumped up there, and I know we've discussed this, I think, last budget cycle, last year. He sits at these meetings sometimes, what do you have, 4, 5, 5.5 hour meetings, and we're paying him a handsome hourly rate. And I don't know if there's some way we can modify that. Can we have anything on the agenda that might pertain to him, and he can sit for the first hour and then head out, and then we can do the rest of the business if we can.
Yes, and I actually kind of broached the subject with him, and the last meeting he said, do I leave now? I said, absolutely not. And the issue is to talk with council about that, and last agenda, we tried to organize that toward the front, but actually he was very talkative and talked all the way through the meeting on various issues. But if we can do it, the only problem is that there could be something that could come up later on, but we can organize it specifically for ordinances and so on that he's involved with, and specific items that would pertain to him. If you want to do that, it's what council wants to do on that.
Anything that came up later on.
I don't see any increase either for this fiscal year 12-13 for Mr.
Helsby?
Helsby. Is he included in that legal service? Because that's going to be a nice chunk.
He is included in that.
Out of the 58,920?
Correct.
Okay. Before I go to public comment, we've discussed legislative, administrative, finance, general government. I'd like to include fire. Chief, good evening. Thank you, Brenda. And
Chief Don Hughes is going to talk about fire this evening.
Page 31 is what I see.
Or keeping fire under control, right?
Chief, good evening.
Good evening, late evening to you. And starting on page 31.
It's not late yet, Chief.
Not for you guys.
Not on city council time.
Appreciate it.
Page 31 of the budget there, I'm just going to go ahead and just get past the graph and get it for me. I'll just move over to page 33. I think that articulates the same thing. The budget that was submitted for the preliminary budget included a reduction of one firefighter position that was done through attrition. That accompanied with a few other things, even though it's not represented in here because we've got that pass-through on some retirement stuff. At the end of the day, our total budget reduced to approximately $104,900 and some change. In the operating budget component, I mean, I know there's been a lot of discussions in the personnel services, and it's really policy generated. But if you'll notice in my operating budget, I reduced my operating budget by $18,000 and change, which represents almost a 19% reduction in my day-to-day operating budget. This was accomplished through a few different ways here. Some of it was contract services and to relook at some of the services that we had provided to us. Some others were reductions in equipment maintenance and reductions in minor apparatus. A lot of these savings occurred partially because we had leveraged federal grants, Firefighter Act grants, over the past few years, and a lot of new equipment was purchased under a 95% grant. Because it was new equipment, they had warranties, therefore my equipment maintenance portion of our budget was able to go down. I have no capital item in there in the low cap, and certainly no capital items in the higher end cap budget also.
That firefighter position, Chief, is toast, right? I mean,
The firefighter position was eliminated. I can't say eliminated, but it's not funded. It's out of the budget, and I'm going to assume that it will be an eliminated position.
I think it should be.
Yeah.
If we don't need it, let's eliminate it. Retirement pass-through, what was that all about?
And Brenda can kind of speak to this. Brenda, this is the aspect of the Chapter 175 funds.
Mm-hmm.
So in order for, and I'm not an accountant, so if I use a GASB term here and I get it wrong, please don't hurt me here.
Did Brenda explain it? But I didn't see it out there. He said it.
Okay, I don't see it. Okay.
So what was the retirement pass-through issue?
My understanding is that you'll notice in our retirement line item that are from last fiscal year to this fiscal year, we went from $209,000 and change to $288,000. The way that the retirement, the monies are paid to Florida League of Cities, I believe, to the insurance trust, pension trust, that money that went out also included monies that come in from the state, and it's called our Chapter 175 funds. So where you see an increase in our pension cost, that's really not, it's not truly a true increase because it didn't account for the money that came in from the state. And am I addressing that right? It's on my sheet here, and that's why I mentioned it. Yeah. It's revenue neutral, I guess is the point. Okay.
No, it isn't. No, it isn't.
Can we have two chairs? I mean, we can bring up another.
Just pull up another chair.
We got them now. That'd be good. Thank you. Thanks, guys.
And is this just more, Brenda, as you start talking, is this just beyond the fire department? Does this affect other departments? The
Police and
pass-through?
fire.
Police and fire?
Yeah,
Okay.
Chapter 175 and 185. And that's also on page 2 in your book. And that's one of the asterisks that you will notice.
When did the numbers start coming? There's a long way to get to page 2, you
let me
know
see.
that,
It's
right?
way
I got it.
There it is,
Okay.
after page AA.
Yeah.
Okay, we're with you,
Okay.
I think.
Yeah, right here where it says the following items were not reflected in prior fiscal year adopted budgets?
Correct.
And why is that? Why weren't these items reflected in prior fiscal year adopted budgets?
The prior city manager chose not to include those items in the budget, whereas the current interim city manager has chose to do so to have true transparency.
Well, is that an accounting issue? Is there a, I mean, it seems to me if we are now doing it, why weren't we doing it before? When you use the word transparency, that gets my attention. So it was being done before, so what would be not transparent?
Well, this is according to GAAP.
Okay?
And
So this should be done this way according to GAAP.
for this budget year, this is how,
Should it have been done this way in past budget years according to GAAP?
like I had stated, the prior city manager chose not to include it in the budget.
Well, is that a yes or a no?
Yeah. Is that a proper accounting? Is that a proper way for, is that proper accounting? Is there a legal issue here? Is there an ethical issue here? Is there a accounting issue here? It got my attention when it said that this hadn't been in prior fiscal years. I don't know about anybody else.
Yeah, they didn't, it's in the beginning and then.
Knows that.
By not having it in the budget, what would that do? Would it give us a different impression of?
I'm not sure.
If you go to page 9,
Okay.
under insurance premiums, firefighter and police, under taxes other, you see where the money has come in, actual. That's the money that we get from Chapter 175, 185. That's where the money is supposed to be recorded. The true cost of the pension expenditures is now reflected in the retirement line item, $288,000. That's where the expense belongs, on that line item.
Good. For this year, how come we haven't been doing it in past years?
Like I said, the prior city manager chose not to reflect it in the budget.
Okay, as an accountant, is that a proper accounting technique?
It is not per GAAP.
So we were doing our accounting not in accordance with GAAP prior to this year, when it comes to those monies.
Why wouldn't our auditors have?
Well, that was going to be my next question. Why didn't our auditors catch it?
Well, at year end, when I adjust the budget and take it to council as a budget amendment for actuals, and all the adjusted items are corrected, then it looks like the budget is proper.
Right, but the problem is this is what we're basing our budget decision on for next year. So if the numbers are not, to use your word, transparent, then we don't know what we're basing our budget decision on false data, on untransparent data. So if the numbers weren't included in the proper way in past years, and thank you for changing it for this year, but my issue is if the numbers weren't reflected proper in the past years, then past councils were making their decisions based upon invalid data. And if that invalid data was caused by this city not applying proper GAAP techniques or rules and regulations or whatever GAAP is GAAP a legal issue or is GAAP an accounting?
Generally accepted accounting principles.
Okay, generally accepted accounting principles. Correct. Okay, so we were giving data to past councils. You were giving data, and the past city manager were giving data to past councils that weren't put together with proper accounting procedures. And so there was money not being reflected in the proper place up there that would make it look what? That would make it look cheaper, more expensive?
Yeah, what was the impact of it by not including that?
It would appear that if you go to his page 33 and look at the adopted budget for 11-12 under retirement, it would appear that it was less costly. But in the prior actual year, you would see the true cost.
That is a problem, folks. I'm sorry. If this city wasn't doing its accounting in the proper manner, it's an ethics. What's wrong with this picture? Does anybody else not see it?
Yeah. Doesn't our auditor each year, it seems like when they do their summary, and we got our nice black packet there, that they sign off on it and it says adhered to the general accounting principles of accounting by the state of Florida, and they've signed that. And now you're saying that they didn't do that even though they signed off on it, that it was done properly?
But in the financial statements in the back where it does the budget, the original and the amended budget, they take it at a higher level on the budget. They don't do it line item by line item. So at the higher level, like right now, we are looking line item by line item. They take it at a higher level, like total personnel services, operating services. They take it at a high level dollar amount. And if those high level dollar amounts are sufficient in the total overall budget dollar amount, and it does not go over a certain threshold or dollar amount that it's off, and it's within a certain percentage, then it doesn't throw up any red flags. If it goes over a certain percentage, they want to have a reason why it went over a certain amount. Then I have to come up with a reason why it went out or over or under a certain amount. And a justification.
When's that auditing committee meet?
That auditing committee needs to meet sooner versus later.
Actually, give them 30 days, give them written notice, and let's move on.
Brenda,
The auditor.
what is do you have any idea what the actual fiscal year 11-12 budget will be for that retirement contributions on fire? I mean, you probably don't, do you know that?
163,393, right?
Well, the adopted budget was 209,296, but do you think that's going to be, I'm looking here.
Oh, I was looking here. Total 163,393.
Right.
Do you know what you would report as actual? I mean, would that be substantially higher?
Not substantially. I don't know what your definition of substantially, but
Over 100,000? Michelle. Would it be substantial, to me, is 100,000? I mean, but that doesn't, I can't put a figure on substantial. It'd just be different. It would be different.
yes, it will be different.
Okay. We need to probably, and we need to send this back, we need some answers, some explanation. And I know we catch Brenda off guard, because Don brought it up, and it's police and fire, and it is something that doesn't look right.
Right, and the reason it's here on the general fund budget summary is because Brenda brought that to my attention. And I said, we're going to do this the right way.
Good.
We're not,
Okay, we just-
yeah, there's, it's.
Good for you. But it's unfortunate it wasn't being done the right way for years
Understand,
prior.
But I have, well,
Brenda, do you have to sign these, I mean, is there any sort of, responsibility? Who takes responsibility for these documents on a yearly basis? I mean, part of our issue here is accountability, transparency, accountability. Who signs these documents to say that these numbers are good on an annual basis?
well, I would say that it would be the city manager's job to sign
Does
off on that. and
the city manager sign this?
responsibility.
Or do you sign this? You don't sign it? Does the city, who blesses this document before it comes to council to say that this is true and correct, that these numbers are true and correct? City manager does?
So the next to last column is, is city manager recommends. And then when you get a final, city council recommends column will be filled in.
No, I understand that. I'm saying.
So it's the next to last column that you're looking at.
Well, but if the numbers weren't correct to begin with, it doesn't matter what's in these columns.
Yeah.
So, folks, this isn't a small issue. We need to get to the bottom of this issue.
I think we need something on 175, 185. Let's continue. Can we continue with fire? Gone with 522.2200 still in question. That's that line item.
How is this going to be answered, though? Let's see how is it, Ann, how do you suggest we answer this issue?
Depends on the direction council wants to go on this. This is, I guess you could say past behavior, so, it's not current behavior.
I think we just want to know what took place. I mean,
for how long?
Did this happen?
How long, Brenda, how long do you know that we haven't been representing these numbers appropriately in the budget? How long have you been aware of that?
I don't want to, but we can get that. Sure.
I think the public deserves to know.
I agree, but again, I would say that if, that this would be if it were me in the past, it would have been my responsibility as an interim city manager.
And I concur, but the person who does the budget should know how long she had been told to do this.
We will look at that and give
I
you
want
a
to look
report.
at it.
We will give you a report on that.
In an open
I understand.
forum of council.
I understand.
Is it potentially a legal issue or anything, or not?
I can't answer that, not being an attorney.
Okay.
It's eerily like the CRA issue.
It's starting to sound like a CRA issue.
Okay. Chief, go ahead. What else? Do you have anything else, or we're finished except for that?
Operational budget component was a reduction of 18,736.
Okay.
I do have a question. Explain the overtime 48,482, the recommendation for overtime?
The overtime is divided into two categories. It's kind of lumped together in one. Approximately 32,000 of the overtime is for shift staffing or maintaining a 4-person minimum staffing, and then another 16,000 and change is what we call fair labor overtime. It's called premium pay, and this is something that came from a 1986 Supreme Court ruling, and a lot of agencies deal with it different ways. The city chose to deal with it in the overtime line item budget. But 32,000 of that is for maintaining staffing.
Hey, Chief, how many firefighters did we hire for Pelican Coast? And I think, didn't we get a grant or something to do that?
No, sir, and we didn't hire employees specifically for the Pelican Coast aspect of it at all. The staffing increase was 6 firefighters total in 2004.
And
that was not by any...
Not in response to Pelican Coast?
No, sir. I still have the original PowerPoint presentation.
Okay.
So you're saying our level of service didn't increase when we annexed Pelican Coast?
There was a level of the service increase because we took in the property, but it was not tied to the staffing increase. The staffing increase was directly tied to the 2002 statutory changes, but it was not related to that. And I still have, like I said, I was just looking at it the other day, I still have the original PowerPoint presentation because we even did a projection out based off of...
Was it police then that we hired? I thought we got a grant or something that allowed us to hire some folks as a result of, I could have sworn it was as a result of Pelican Coast. Was it not, Chief?
We hired police officers back just after the Pelican Coast annexation to accompany the extra population.
Right. The issue, though, is that population never materialized. I mean, we got, what, a third of the build-out or a quarter of the third of the build-out.
Well, we got Montecito also, which was across the street, and 166 homes in the airport.
You were saying it's something worth looking at.
Yeah. And, all right.
Interesting.
Thank you, Chief. At this time, legislative, administrative, general, and fire, I would ask that you can make your comments on that. We do have a request in to look at the 175 and 185 monies. Until we get them, I mean, if you want to come up and bring them up, we don't know the answers. I would like you to discuss the other 4 parts. You can say what you want to say, but there is something that we did send back to staff, and I don't have any answers for that. But if you want to discuss anything else in legislative, administrative, general, and fire, let's get we'll do that.
I mean, I just have one other question about the incentives,
which in fire. Okay,
there's a $63,346 line for incentives. How is that broken out?
Chief, there might be on the next page. Do they talk incentives? On the next page is incentives. Things were broken.
Incentives is not.
Is not. Okay, Chief. A lot of other stuff was broken out, but that is not.
Don't know the exact year, but I'm going to say 2002 or 2003. The city hired a company called Cody, C-O-D-Y, and Associates to do, and this is the company that the city has used for years to do citywide salary and pay evaluations and comparables. In the 2002 or 2003 report, and don't quote me to the year there, as the recommendation of that outside independent report was there to add in educational incentives, 5% for a driver-operator education incentive, and a 5% educational incentive for what we call a fire officer. And that was the recommendation and adopted by City Council when that report was submitted. And so that is what those incentives are.
So it's an incentive to drive the vehicles?
No, sir, it's an education incentive. And this is the way it was articulated out in the 2002, the Cody and Associates report as well.
So, but what does it mean? What are you incentivizing, and how is it applied?
The 5% driver operator incentive, which again, through the Cody and Associates report, was for all fire department employees was that if you had a certain education level above and beyond that of a firefighter, when this would be the driver-operator component. Now, I understand we think about that as being task-based, driving a truck. It is the state certification classes of pump hydraulics and state certification class of pump operator. Pump operator is not a driving course. Those are the two classes that were part of that Cody & Associates report for a 5% incentive. This was done very specifically because what was identified in that report was that the base salaries of firefighter EMTs and firefighter paramedics was substantially less than our neighboring communities, with specificity given to Brevard County. And to this day, our base pay is still much lower than what Brevard County is. So the city had decided through that report was that the 5% education would be done to kind of, if we're going to give raises to the employees and raise their thing, let's get something out of it. And so the education component was tied to that. The secondary 5% was what we call the fire officer rating. This is a little bit more entailed. It's approximately 320 contact hours of program through the Florida State Fire College, and after they finish that program, they have to take a state certification exam. And so again, in the 2003 report, that was what the recommendation was 5% for those with the fire officer rating and 5% for the driver operator rating.
That report, I think, was done in 2004. Can we get a copy of that reporting?
I don't have a copy, but yes, that's about.
I think it was 2004. That was the year some folks got merit increases of 17%. I don't have the report, but I do look back and notice that.
But virtually every fire department, paramedic, firefighter, and senior people get that incentive.
In our department?
Yes.
Yes. In the driver operator, not the fire officer component.
Okay, so let me get this straight. So that works out to how much a person?
Well, it's a percentage base, sir, so
How much do you make off it?
81.
$8,100 more a year because you're qualified to drive the truck.
Yes, sir. No. Education for pump hydraulics, and it's not the driver.
Say again?
Education for pump hydraulics and pump operator. This is not a driving course. And again, and I understand where you're coming from.
So how much does one of your firefighters who's qualified, has had that training, how much is he getting extra a year?
Well, the base pay for a firefighter EMT, I think, is $32,500.
No, but how much? What's their incentive pay?
5%.
Okay. So they're actually making
plus 5%.
I'm sorry.
Is there a total of 10% that they get?
5% for the driver component, that pump hydraulics. 5% for a fire officer.
So the fire officer, or so the firefighter who's making 35% and he's getting 5% as a bonus is only getting $12 or $17.50 a year.
That sounds about right.
Something like that. And yet you, as the chief, are getting $8,100 a year.
Total incentives for fire officer and driver.
See, that seems to me to be kind of backwards. In the Air Force, we got flight pay.
Yeah.
And you got flight pay as soon as you went on flying status, and you got flight pay throughout your entire career. Flight pay went like this. It was a curve throughout your career, throughout your career. Stick with me. When you were flying, when you were the best, and you were having your heyday of flying twice a day, and that's all you did for a living as a young captain, your flight pay was maxed out. You were maxed out at $450 a month or whatever the heck it was for that period. Guess what? As you got more senior and started taking staff jobs and what have you, your flight pay came down. You still got paid because you were qualified and you'd been through and you could always be called back to the cockpit. But when you were a colonel, when I was a colonel, I was making $175 a month flight pay compared to those young studs that were out there making by that time $800 and something bucks a month. So to me, that makes sense. That makes sense that you get paid the most while you're actually having to do it and doing it on a daily basis, whereas as you start to go into the winter of your career and getting into your command positions and you're not having to do it, it goes down. That's how I would like to see it applied like that.
Well, and let me just speak here to that component here, because You know, as the personnel policy goes and how decisions that are made, in this case, almost 10 years ago, and how it is now applied today, it may be one of those unintended consequences. Meaning in the case, and I certainly understand, and let's speak only for me, and I'm only going to talk about my portion of my compensation. I completely respect where you're coming from, that it appears, and rightfully so, that was this what the intent of the incentive pays were when they were put in 2003-4? Probably not. And so if this is a discussion only for me, I absolutely have no challenge. We'll say, all right, hey, Chief, Chief, we're going to remove that 5% away. I don't have a challenge with that because for me, as it speaks to me, I respect where you're coming from. This is the reason why we as department heads also said that, hey, we'll do furlough days if that's necessary to help the other end. And I'm talking about this, and here I am, I'm sitting here telling you, hey, listen, if you want to cut my pay 5%, if that's what we need to do to make everything right, it is.
But you know what, Chief? You're the chief of your entire department. You need to set the policy for your entire department. And if I was the chief, I would say, hey, I want my young studs who are out there doing this on a daily basis to get paid the most, and make it that asymptotic curve. Come on down and say you and your leadership team will get paid, but it will be at a much smaller percentage as compared to the guys who are out there having to do that on a daily basis. I think you should look at doing that.
And I agree.
I
have no challenges.
How many firefighters and paramedics do you have?
14.
14.
Because we have eliminated the one position.
Okay. My fundamental problem with this is that the police department, with 21 sworn officers, gets a little over $18,000 a year in incentives. All right? And the fire department, with 14 workers, is pulling in $63,000 in incentives. I don't think it sounds fair.
I think we need to go back and relook at the incentive package. Incentive. So maybe let's make that an item to bring back to council after you've had a chance to review it. And take a look at applying it in that manner, and I think it'll be fair for everybody. And I think the line folks, the line guys, as we used to call them, will be much happier.
But I think, and this is a question for the city manager, I don't think we can.
Yes, with the status quo proceeding.
It has to be status quo across the board.
Well, then we'll make it part of the CBA negotiations.
Mr. Wright.
As I said in the past, the leadership where you're speaking from is to make sure that you're taking care of the bottom end. That is my leadership principle. Okay? So whatever we need to do to take care of that group, that's who I am. I would have changed the policy then a long time ago. But the policy was a city policy, and I really didn't have the influence over that, me personally. At least I did not. Let me just say this: I don't believe that I had the influence over that. But
you're the chief of the fire department. I think you've got the influence over that.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. At this time, thank you. I'd like to open this to discuss budget issues that have been presented that are part of this package in front of us on legislative, administrative, general government, fire.
Tom McClendon, President. You know, I feel like I've been on a bus this evening riding around a narrow part of a cliff somewhere, and I've been bouncing along and feel like, you know, any second we're going to go over the cliff. Well, a while ago, I felt like we're over the cliff, and we're wondering what we're going to hit at the bottom, and it's not going to be a pretty picture when it happens. Pretty dismayed, to say the least. I could talk about being a chief engineer. I sailed as a chief on very sophisticated ships for 19 years as chief. Now empowered my people. I took charge of the way the budget was handled within my department. And what I just heard here, I agree with council's comments. This needs to be readdressed on the incentive page. But what really I want to say is I was a trustee on a $1 billion+ pension benefits plan. And what I noticed over the years, and then also in the political end side of the union, was that the membership only cared about what was coming out of their pocket or what was going in their pocket. Although our union motto was unity and fidelity. But when it came down to negotiations, that kind of unity and fidelity stuff kind of went away. I said, what's in it for me? I don't care about what's happening over there. Well, this evening we had overflow capacity. They were in the Civic Center. There wasn't a seat here, there wasn't a place to stand out there. I understand why all of those people came here this evening. They came to support the police chief, the commander, and the two other positions in that department. I understand that completely, and I appreciate them coming. Part of what I said was, let's share the pain, where we don't have to lose these people. I was thanked for that comment, and I was also mentioned by someone else said, I'm getting close to retirement, please. Well, with this $5 million unfunded liability and retirement funds, I would be scared to death right now if I was in. I had told another police officer several months ago, I said, you guys are lucky. Your retirement can be funded by taxes. Well, right now we're finding it can't. So anyway, I think it'd be great if all those people that were here would have stayed and see how everything works in the city as a whole, and I would encourage them to attend more meetings and see the dynamics and see what's going on in different departments. It'd be healthy to see more of that and see more people here. Thank you.
Thank you.
Andre Gudis, resident, Satellite Beach. 3 minutes to cover all 4 departments is not going to be enough. Therefore, I will submit additional writing. I've heard tonight several comments in regards to getting legal definitions and searching on the internet or searching definitions of certain furloughs and so forth. I stand here and ask you to have legal representation to make sure that you're following procedures correctly, even though there's silence sometimes in that chair. And if it is your wish not to have legal representation, have at it. Then I'm going to go to the next thing. The administrative and finance area have the salaries brought into play for, as I will say, the final city manager or the final pick when we go through the appropriate salary levels and benefits. And I will go into all employees right now. We've been talking about no salary increase and so forth. Well, I need to remind you that through FICA, the federal government has, in essence, given all employees a salary increase by decreasing the collections from their individual contributions to the federal government. But the city truly has not given a raise. Although in light of all the factors, I think all potential increases to salaries all across the board, the 1%, is a non-discussion point at this time. Pensions, in regards to all employees, and y'all can go around with that 175 rule and so forth. I'm not going to discuss that at this point. I will I'll provide a written statement in relation to that. But this year the pension is going to be addressed with an audit, and based on my understanding what's going on out there throughout the whole country, 8% return is not feasible for all these pensions, and keeping this pension obligation going forward with the city's portion I got the feeling you're not going to be contributing enough. Please be aware of that factor, and as you hold more meetings, that should be paid to carefully. I have a question on general government services, and that involves electricity. Last year's budget, adopted budget, looked at $182,000, and I believe that related to CRA monies that were being allocated to the CRA for lighting. We're back down to 123 right now. I don't know where that stands, and perhaps when the CRA budget is discussed by the CRA, that needs to be addressed to ensure that this 123 is not understated. And I heard the beeper. I will submit the rest of my comments in writing to all. Thank you.
Thank you. Other comments? Skip, and then I'll come back. I saw his hand first. Steve, I did see your hand first. Sorry, we'll get you.
Yeah, Skip Bollinger, resident. I'd just like to reiterate, without getting into the weeds, these cities that we've heard about on the news in California that have had to declare bankruptcy, in just about every case, I think Bell may be the exception, because they had current employees that were really gaming the system with the with the complicity of their friends on council. And there was a news report today or yesterday. I believe it's the police chief.
$400,000.
Yeah, his $240,000 pension wasn't enough, and he's suing them for something in addition. So Bell was the exception. But when you look at Vallejo, it was either the mayor or the city manager that said, just for an example, I've got essentially 3 fire departments that I'm responsible for funding. I've got our working fire department that's providing services, and I've got, in legacy costs, I've got 2 more fire departments that I'm having to fund that don't work here anymore. And at the time, in, what was it, 2009, I believe, that 2008, Vallejo hit the news, 85% of their city budget was going toward legacy costs, because over the years, the unions had negotiated unsustainable retirement plans with pensions and benefits and all that. And I'm just suggesting that we need to be mindful of that, because the pain is not immediate. Some of these employees still have 20 years to go before they reach retirement age, but it will fall upon future councils and future generations of our taxpayers to be able to make come true the contracts that get negotiated by this body in today's environment. Thank you.
Thank you.
Patty Pressler, I am a resident, and I thank the police department because I wouldn't be here if it wasn't for this turmoil, so I haven't been here in years. Background's compensation is an interesting point that compensation can lead to good performance, and it can also give complacency. And what I've heard tonight is complacency. When you have programs that were developed by a consultant over 9 years ago, or if I did the math 9 years ago, and we're still using them to pay people based on old skills, that's complacency on everybody's behalf. No compensation program should go more than a year or 2 years. Even old merit programs, paying merit bonuses are really outdated today. Today you keep your job because you do a good job, not because you get bonus because you show up. And a lot of the concepts that we're using are outdated. I apologize, I haven't been here long enough to know who knows what, but we're at a point that if you think of an analogy, so I don't offend anybody that's servicing my house in terms of, because I've used services before, but if you hire someone to mow your lawn, right? Say it's on average $10 to cut your lawn. I just like simple math. Would you pay $12 if someone came in with a great personality and a sob story? Sure, you might. Maybe it's your friend's son or daughter, and you're going to give them a little bit of an advantage. You're paying $12 an hour. If they came to you with a college degree, would you pay $15 for that lawn? Well, you might if you have extra orchids and stuff that they have to be mindful of and be careful of, and you want to have that horticulturist cut your lawns, you might pay $15 for that service to be mindful of all the plants that you've protected. Now, if that same person came to you for 5 years and said, I've been doing the same job for 5 years, I need an increase because I'm a good person and I need the money, would you then pay that person $20? I bet you wouldn't. There comes a point that service in a job is up to that individual not to change what they want to do for a living. If someone wants to make more money, they got to find a different job. It can't be in the same skill set that they employ every year. And I gave this speech to a group of about 6,000 employees over, my goodness, 15 years ago. I think I was 5. If you want to make more money, you have to acquire new skills. It can't happen when the job doesn't change. So I guess I ask you to really look at your compensation plans. Salary is a huge driver. If you're making people happy based on merit bonuses because they show up to work and they're not getting performance reviews, you've got a complacent person in that job because a true performer wouldn't sit for that. So that's what I have to say.
Are you available to help?
Well, again, it's a touchy subject because I don't want to offend anybody.
Well,
but that's what you have to look at.
What I was getting at was we are getting ready, as soon as we get through the budget, we're getting ready to tackle a long forgotten document that hasn't been looked at in many years called our personnel policy.
1987.
Yeah. We need somebody with your experience to help us get through that. Would you be willing to help?
I'd be willing to talk to somebody about
And
the
we're not,
magnitude
and
of
I'm
the
not easily
project.
offended.
Huh?
I'm not easily offended.
Yeah, I'm not either, but I just, you hear people, and I've talked to people for years about this. It's not our job to make money for your home. It's our job to pay the right skill set. If you want more money, you got to get the skill set. It can't happen in the job.
Very well said.
So.
Well, would you please give Ann your contact information? That'd be great.
Yeah, I will.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And also, when she talks about complacency, I'm kind of feeling that, like we've asked for the personnel policy handbook to be revised and looked at months ago. This has been on our radar for such a long time, and it doesn't happen. We asked for new auditors. Hasn't happened. I mean,
now you're talking politics. I stay out of that.
We're pretty demanding group here. We really are, and I think that.
Well, I've heard a different, when I was here, I think I was here maybe 7 years ago. I'm intrigued, and I stayed to that one person's account. Why didn't more people stay? I stayed because I liked the questions that I heard you raise, and it is hard to ask those questions, but those are the questions that we need to have answered, because I'm not one for debt. I like zero debt, and I just joined the board at my condo for that same reason, because I don't like debt. There's no reason for it. You have to make decisions, and you have to make tough decisions. So.
Well said.
Okay. Thank you, Ken.
Thank you. Thank you. Steve?
Steve Headley, President. I hate following Judas with his notebook. I really do. A couple things. One, just another point. Sitting in the back, you guys move your microphones around all the time. If it's not getting back to me via the speaker that's over you, it's not going on the YouTube. Okay, just kind of sort of a point of whatever. Nothing in the budget bothers me or gives a pause more than the laptops. And I realize we're talking $3,000, but here's why. The stated purpose of the laptops is to save printing cost. And yet I see all the council people up here marking up their printed copies. Which means that if you want to go to a laptop, you're going to have to go to some sort of software that allows markups of PDFs. Okay? Well, that suddenly increases the cost of a $650 laptop, because you now have to have what would be a corporate license for Adobe Acrobat, the full version, not Adobe Reader, which doesn't allow you to mark up. The problem with that is that's over $1,500 for 5 people, which is great, okay? Except your IT guy has said he wants to upgrade the software that everyone's using, so everybody would have Adobe Acrobat. So now you need a larger corporate version of Adobe Acrobat. So now for your $650 laptops, you're talking somewhere in the neighborhood of $12,000 for supporting software to be able to do what you guys want to. But if you actually want to sit there and actually just read the documentation, buy a $300 netbook. You know, I mean, I'm sorry, this is the problems that you get into where, you know, and I'm sorry, a $650 laptop, that's something I would use. You know, you're talking 17-inch screens and fairly powerful. My goodness, go out and buy a 2 gig iPad for $549. I mean, and that's where you can go. And I'm not trying to beat on anybody, but there are hidden costs to almost everything that we're talking about. And you kind of have to budget for the worst. And then as programs come online from KPEG suggestions, and there are a lot of good ones, you budget for the worst, and then as the KPEG suggestions come online, you end up with the savings throughout the year. But you can't sit there and budget hoping KPEG's going to make X amount of dollars, because none of the KPEG suggestions gave hard dollar figures. You know, and that's an issue. Hope that makes some sort of sense.
It does. Thank you.
You know, so thank you. Sorry to bother you over $3,000.
Andy Groom, Satellite Beach resident, former member of KPEG. Thank you so very much. Your point's magnificent, which leads into the idea of the chief of police said, in order to do my mission for the following year, this is what I need. And this is what it's going to cost. If you reduce the funds available, this is where you take a hit. That model is a very powerful model for every other aspect of the city's budget. What we did last year, what we're able to cut, we still don't have a clear definition. And Chief Hughes, I'm sorry about this, but I do believe that more of the line items within the fire department's budget deserve detail and explanation. And some of that would include what are the mission requirements for the following year. If we have an idea of what our EMT versus fire requirements are, if we have an idea of how incentive pays are being allocated out, it opens up the opportunity to question everything, not for the purpose of cutting, but just for the purpose of understanding. And then, yeah, that's pretty much it. So I'm done.
Thank you. John?
John Fergus, 135 Maple. I will repeat, I would like your budget to stay at rollback. Thank you very much. I don't need that McNeil once a month. That would be the difference. And as to the laptops, I believe at least 2, probably 4 members of the council own their own. Why do you need the city to buy one? Why don't you guys give up something a little bit? Kind of along that line, there are these comments, kind of snide comments, about staff not providing all the support you guys want. Funny thing, ask Lenore how many hours she spent on her job this week. If you cut incentives, I'd suggest you consider total compensation. The chief sat here and told you the base pay was low, and I believe he used the present tense also, is low compared to Brevard County. Now, if you'd like, you can drop the compensation enough and these guys will find work elsewhere, just like the one did who left the vacancy. And I think I'll just leave it there.
Thank you. Trevor?
Trevor Lowing, resident. On a similar note to what he said, what I heard the fire chief say was essentially they had implemented that policy as a means of bringing up the firemen to closer to the, what the neighboring counties were paying, and that the education portion of it, the bonus, was just a way of implementing it. They could have also, chosen a policy to just raise the salary. So maybe when you're reviewing that policy, you look at it in that light. And the other one is as I'm really curious, is at the end of the year, I assume there's a policy whenever you're doing your financial statements, putting your actuals against your budgets, if there's a significant deviation, you annotate that. And I'm really curious to look back at that and see how they annotated, those deviations. In the
pass-throughs.
Yes.
Thank you. Other public comment? Thank you, Trevor.
Yeah, I would like to comment on us giving up something. We're volunteers, and I've sacrificed a lot for this, making $50 a month in expenses. In fact, this evening I missed another one of my kids' scrimmages. So please don't talk to me about giving up something. I give up a lot of time for this community.
Other public comment on these 4 items?
I noticed here on page 25, we have a line for election costs, and there's nothing in the line for FY13. We do have an election coming up, right?
Well, we don't
pay, it doesn't cost us anything?
Yeah, when we went 09 off-year election, we had to pay for everything. We had to pay the supervisor of elections to pay for the people. But if we're incorporated, and that's why the charter now makes everything 4 years. And we do gubernatorial in 14, and we do presidential in 2012. So the city actually saves money by incorporating our elections. Okay. So that was, in 2013 would have been the next, so we saved $15,000. That was what happened with that. And that was a good, and that was a charter. Okay, let me bring it back to the council to see, and I know that some things have come up on these 4 items for the city manager. Guys, recap for me.
I had one more comment. We discussed with Councilman Higginson was in the seat, and the last couple of years we discussed the pension cost and going with FRS and things like that. We brought in the guy, and he gave us a talk. And to me, it seemed like a dog and pony show to me. I don't know. To me, it sounded like they kind of went through the motions and kind of left us hanging. Do we have any resolve to that? Are we just not going to go with FRS? Are we going to follow through at a future date? Where do we stand with that?
Well, what is council's wishes? You said that the presentation was made and there was not, you didn't feel it was a satisfactory analysis?
And there was no final product or end result.
More was to come back.
Oh, is that right?
And there was some stuff on the table that we needed to do before August, and there's money, there is a cost to get into, sorry, Steve, there is a cost to get into FRS, and we haven't resolved if we want to do that or not.
Okay.
And there is a savings to our employees to do that, but there is a city cost involved, and we just didn't close the loop on that. Any other direction on these 4 besides what we have brought up? Legislative, how about the computers?
This issue has come up before, and originally I requested them way back when, and the little web page knows like Dean is spending too much money on computers. It was really to save staff time, and this last time I said it doesn't matter to me. I'm the one who doesn't own the laptop, probably, by the way.
Oh, yeah.
I could care less if staff wants to stand there and bind these booklets. They feel it's a cost savings to them and a time saving. You have to put a cost on labor as well. And, the packages are being delivered on Saturday, have you noticed, or late on Friday. So that's extra time they're spending, past hours. It's really up to the city manager and the staff.
There's a lot of work.
There's a lot of
work that goes into delivering these packages.
Mhm.
And if it can be populated onto a laptop, that it just, I can see it paying for itself in short order.
And we can take notes. We can take notes on a piece of wrapping paper that we bring with us. So that's not an issue. But I do think that $650 is a bit much. I think, honey, how much did you pay for my? I'm sorry, Mrs. Billman, how much did you pay for my that little thing that you gave me? It's like $300. An Acer notebook laptop was like $250, $300. Netbook. So maybe that's what we do. Maybe we do netbooks, and that saves the cost, that saves the labor, and we take notes on our piece of paper.
Yeah, the other thing I want to say, and just to reiterate, everything on that computer belongs to the city. So we are not getting a toy for us. Everything, and I know that because I had a school computer, and you have to give that back. You're not going to be using it for anything else except city business. So it's not a great benefit. Hey, I'm going to get an iPad. I'm getting an iPad or something that is strictly business.
So why don't we just why don't we just look at Ann getting the cheaper Acer laptop or whatever, or netbook, whatever. Keep it cheap. You know, I mean, all we need is an email capability in Office so that we can open it.
Something to and Steve is right. There is a tail with this, but we probably don't need to go to that tail. You could ask Adam. You know, if we just got them, we could read them. And then take notes on the slide.
Just want something nice and simple.
It will save an awful lot. You can do. You guys know. Adam knows enough about that.
Yes, he does.
Okay. Do you have enough direction on these four?
I do.
The only thing I would ask
is go ahead.
When we were talking about the pass-through, is there anything else that we need to know about that may be an issue on accounting? I mean, these things pop up, and it gives me pause.
Not that I know
well,
at this point in time. And
check it out.
Yeah, but I just want everyone to know Brenda is very forthcoming, and I do, you know.
I am not.
I'm very, you know, I'm that's a very important.
All I'm trying, that's a point well made. All I'm trying to get to is how long has this been going on?
I understand.
Why did it happen? And I appreciate the fact that it's not happening anymore, but that leaves a lot of, and of course, the next question that drives is there anything else that we need to know about? Because the time to come clean is now.
I agree.
If there's anything out there.
Okay, we're going to take a 5-minute break. We're going to come back and talk building and zoning, public works, rec, addition of revenues. 5 minutes, please.
Sorry,
No 10 o'clock, sir?
do you have a laptop?
Thank everyone for coming back. At this time, we're going to discuss the building and zoning,
yes, we are.
public works, rec, and addition to revenues. Would that be okay?
That sounds absolutely wonderful, and this is John Stone, Building and Zoning.
Hi, John.
Hello.
I got to find you in here, John.
That would be
35.
page 35. Yes.
Thank you.
35 through 39, looks like.
All right, John.
Well, good evening, everyone.
Good evening.
My budget for this year, the proposed budget, I should say, it was just recently submitted, was $237,680. Last year it was $216,957. I had reduced the operational budget by 5%, and then we were asked to come back with a plan for a planner. So there's an additional $25,000 that's been added in to the contract services. That's why it's went from $1,200 to $26,200. That's essentially the difference is this plan that's been put in there. We're currently working on an RFP. I've been directed to provide Ann a copy of this RFP for the, I think it's the August 15th council meeting.
Mm-hmm. Correct.
We have a draft of it, and so that'll be coming forward. Any questions? It's a pretty small budget.
John?
Well, I have a question, and this probably might go to administrative fees, codification. That was the under city clerk. Is it complete, I'm sorry, because sometimes it goes on. Okay, I'll be addressing that August 15th.
Okay, just, right.
My
It's on the
fault.
agenda for the
You
15th.
take the ordinances and they end up in our city code and
Got
something
it.
that doesn't
Got it.
Essentially, there's really been no change from last year's budget, other than some slight reductions in operational expenses. The overall payroll budget hasn't really changed. It's been 3 people then, 3 people now. So
John,
the,
okay, are you looking at about 25,000 for this RFP person?
right, we were trying to find the cheapest, I don't want to say cheapest, most inexpensive way to satisfy this need for a planner.
Most efficient.
Thank you. Most efficient way.
Okay.
And on as a contract service, we don't have to necessarily use the 25,000. We just wanted to have that much in there available that we can use them as needed. And you know, we're a pretty thrifty bunch, and I don't use them unless I need them.
Okay.
That's a great idea.
Thanks, John.
And that would be like a contractor type thing, no benefits, no nothing, just payment hourly
Correct.
rates or something?
Correct.
We're going to look at
And
it.
as needed again, and if you need 15,000 of that, then that's what you use. As you're going along, you see as you need it, as you need that, those services, then you pick them up.
I like that. And, you know, if other departments could integrate that, if they haven't already, that'd be a great idea.
Yeah, and then I think there's a learning curve in here as well. I'll be watching them close.
Sure.
So,
Well, with any RFP, you've got to have good metrics in there. You know, hey, you need to do this, this, and this, and we're going to be watching you.
well, not only just watching them in a supervisor role, but watching them as in picking up some of the skills that they're providing to where, you know, in the future,
Oh, I
we don't
see.
have to
Learn
reach out
from
to them
them.
for those
Yeah.
that same information.
The trainer kind of thing, yeah.
John, are you only going to look for one person, or are you going to look for a cadre of people that have skills in different
Well, we have
areas?
several resources that we've looked into. There's actually a planning organization. It's both a national and at a state level. We've looked at it at a state level. Hopefully we can find somebody here locally, because we want to find a planner that understands the local flavor of the community and in the area. But it's a great resource that you can post these RFPs right on their website, and so you have planners from all over the country as well as all over the state that are looking at these job postings. So that's just one of the resources. You know, we've talked to people at the county that have planners. So there's several resources that we're still looking into, but for the most part, they're all free resources to get these RFPs out to.
I thank you for this, John. Let's move on to Public Works.
Okay, thank you, John. Alan Potter, Director of Public Works.
Good evening.
Alan.
Long evening.
Well, good morning.
Yeah, good morning. There you go. Let me put my shade on. Well, my budget's pretty cut and dry. What it comes down to, personnel-wise, is this year we've lost 2 positions. Well, we lost the assistant director in March, but that was planned from last year's budget. We also lost another individual. We've had this discussion before about taking that salary and moving it into contract so we can RFP for the cleaning services at the Schechter Center. In addition to that, for next year, cutting another position to try to further, you know, find balance in the budget here.
And Alan, was that going to be, the discussion I remember, was that going to be when we went out and tried to expand that RFP for more than just the Schechter Center?
No, that's just for the Schechter Center, because when we talked about it, we knew that there was an immediate need for the cleaning
No, I know,
services.
so we were going to do it just for Schechter Center, but then we talked about going out and expanding the RFP for the rest of the
Right,
city.
and but that position wasn't eliminated with that in mind. It was just eliminated
Okay.
to lower the budget numbers.
Okay.
And then if we get into the operating, and that, I guess the total in personnel services is a reduction of $51,537. In the operating budget, as you can see, I've cut quite a few line items, the increase of 68,000 actually comes in two specific areas. One being the transferred money into the contract maintenance line item for the Schechter Center cleaning services, and the other in fuel. Fuel, as everybody knows, when they pull up to the pump these days, it's jumped about 20 cents in the last 3 weeks. And I had figured fuel, as I dig around here trying to find my
At $3.60 a gallon.
That's something.
Is that what it was there, Lloyd? Yeah. $3.60 a gallon. We're approaching that now. Hopefully, at some point, it will level out. But if you take the 37,000 increase in contract maintenance and the 43,595 additional, comes up to 80,000. So anyway, the overall operating budget for Public Works is a net decrease, taking those two numbers out now, of 11,750. So, like I said, with the contract maintenance increase and the fuel increase, there was just no way to, reduce everything. But I did do the best I could with, taking the numbers down and try to maintain services, because I can tell you, with the loss of people over the last 3 years, the services that we're providing are not the services that I would like to provide. It's just, you just can't do it. We do the best we can, but there's timeliness issues. There are things that are more important, prioritized, and we do the best that we can with what we have. And
Alan, is maybe now the time to look for maybe privatizing more of that? In other words, contracting out more of that?
I have an issue with privatization, and that's more of a council call, only because let's take the case in point of the Pelican Beach Park. The last couple weekends, we've had groups from Orlando come over of 200 plus people. If we were to sub the cleaning of the restrooms out, let's say, we'd have somebody in there in the morning, then they come in the next day and they clean. Unless the RFP was written in such a way that we're going to have somebody in there twice a day. Well, I can tell you that if we didn't have somebody up there all day, that place would have been trashed at noontime. And I'm not talking anything that I really want to say out in public, because it was absolutely gross. The inside of the restrooms were, like I said,
it's a point well taken. But is that across the board? I mean, is there no other opportunity? I mean, mowing lawns or painting streets. I mean,
Oh, there's other opportunities, absolutely. And I've spoken with Ann, because Ann had SPRA, and they contract a lot of their common area mowing out.
Right.
And the challenge that she's had is that you have quality issues, you have personnel issues, and so once you find that they're not doing a good job, then you have to RFP all over again. And what do you do in the interim if you decrease your workforce to where you can't cover, the gap, let's say. So, I mean, you can RFP anything. It's just what level of service do you want is basically what it comes down to.
And I have to say that the quality of what Alan does in our public spaces is unbelievable compared to other municipalities. It is outstanding.
But no doubt. I'm just looking at possibilities.
Yeah. And that is honestly a testament, because of the decreases in personnel we've had over the past few years. That is a testament to the folks that work in Public Works, because, and that's an intangible that you really have to look at when you go to privatization, is that you have employees, long-time employees, that take ownership of what they do. Whereas if you have somebody come in from out of town and they're going to come in, they're going to mow, they're going to blow, or weed eat and blow, and then they're going to get out of town.
If I was one of your employees, so when an RFP went out on the street, I'd bid on it. I bid. As one of your employees, I would put together an LLC and I would bid on it.
Well, I've got a couple employees that have left and get their own lawn service, so they may very well.
Well, there you go. Alan, we had talked about the high vac, sometimes leasing it. What did we decide on that? Not to do that because of liability, insurance?
Well, I looked into that with Brevard County. Now, Brevard County Utilities does not have a interlocal agreement with anyone, but I did talk to Melbourne Beach and tried to get a hold of Indian Atlantic, and I didn't get any response from Indian Atlantic, the public works director there. But Melbourne Beach, they're very interested in working with us. I have to sit down with the public works director down there, former fire chief here, and he wants to talk numbers. So.
And there may be some money there, but we don't want to jeopardize the engine. Because that's an expensive truck.
Right.
But there may be some ways to make money leasing the high vac.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. And if I can talk with Jackie Burns next door, and maybe they have an interest in working with us too. I don't.
Yeah, it may bring in $50K for the year.
Well, it all depends. Especially a town as small as Melbourne Beach, you're only you may
5,000.
Yeah, maybe. Because I went through and looked at, we could probably charge $150 at the most.
An hour?
Mm-hmm. And, and if you do it on a weekend, you might be able to charge a little bit more.
And they have to have somebody available to drive, to work it, right?
No, we would have to. I wouldn't let anybody else touch our truck.
So then it'd have to be driver plus vehicle, so 150 is cheap.
And when you're operating that thing, you really don't want to operate it with one person. So if they provide a person with our person,
Okay, just something to consider.
Yeah.
Just
right.
Are we the only ones on the beach with one?
No, Brevard County has a couple on the beach, but that's for Brevard County, and they have helped us in the past. So I'm sure that they do it for other municipalities on a case-by-case basis, but they don't. It's not something that they have interlocal agreements for.
I want to reiterate, like what Cheryl said, the fields are great. Getting ready for the fall baseball thing here. Me and Pat's kid go and play over there all the time. So you guys prepping the field this morning on the way to school, and they always look good. Pelican Park. What's the area that being a little short on personnel that may lag a little bit, that you'd need just some maintenance type people like that to...
Well, the person that we're losing is our irrigation specialist. You might know a little bit about that. And he is also he's also a grounds maintenance specialist. So we're losing the irrigation side of it. We'll just either have to contract some of that out if it's a big job, or that will be absorbed by the guys that are left, as will the mowing duties and other duties that person did when he wasn't doing irrigation.
Oh, Alan, I do have a question with the landscaping. We just awarded the bid tonight.
Mm-hmm.
We're going to have to maintain that, correct? We have an interlocal agreement with the...
2 years built in with that they maintain it for 2 years.
They're going to maintain it for 2 years, then it becomes our responsibility.
Right.
And are they going to water? Is that a 2-year contract or a year and a half or what?
Well, once they're established, what we spec'd out there is drought tolerant stuff. So once they're established, we won't really have to maintain as far as watering goes, but you'll still have issues. And we didn't spec out any mulch either, so that's a good thing, because that's an ongoing expense that we really didn't want.
It's a long stretch. We have to be prepared to deal with that in the future.
Yeah. Well, there's some going in front of Pat's place, so we'll probably just let Pat take care of that.
Yeah. Thank you, Alan. Can we move on to rec?
We can. Thank you, Alan.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
Carrie Stoms, Recreation.
Hi, Carrie. Fine, thank you.
If I may, let me just do a few highlights on our different line items. Under our salaries line item, we did eliminate a permanent part-time employee. She was our closer in the office. She left for a different position and we did not rehire. Our program specialist will be retiring in December, and we will be rehiring at a potentially lower salary at the end of at the other end of the pay chart. And our part-time salaries, we have had some reductions in that. I'm just further refining the open hours available to the public at the dog park, tennis court, skate park, and gymnasium. Our program instructors' salaries, we're still working with all of our instructors to continue to tweak the percentage of instructor pay and the cost to the students. We've done that with quite a few of our instructors so far, and that'll be an ongoing process for about another 3 years at least. We do have a possibility. I was approached by Satellite High, Doug Cook, and he was interested in seeing if the city would be interested in helping with the swim program next year. Kind of embarrassed that there's not a swim program up at Satellite. I did approach them not last year, but 2 years previously, 2 years, and they weren't interested in having the city assist. And they haven't had swim programs either, so I kind of thought that was odd. But this year he approached me, so I'm hoping by next year we'll be able to work with the high school to provide a swim program. Could be a potential revenue generator for the city. I'm not sure how and what capacity Mr. Cook thought we might be able to help, if it was just a registration assistance or running the whole program. So that kind of, I don't want to speculate what we would be actually asked to do. So I get with them, but that we'll be starting those conversations quite quickly because summer comes on us pretty quick. We do have program activities reduction, and I think all of our line items were reduced. What I did is what Jeff did also with his police department budget. I did not budget for any unknowns. We rarely do anyway, and the budgets are very small. But if anything, if we were to get like a large program that required some assistance, I didn't budget to assist that program. I would have budgeted possibly for the independent contractor's pay, but if they needed program activity things. So the program activities is at its bare minimum. All of our instructors will have material fees if they need material fees. We do not provide paper, copy services, markers, craft supplies. They all provide that themselves. The program activity fees that we do help with, for example, we provide basketballs for the open gym. We provide volleyballs for the open gym to use as the programs come in and out. So there are some expenses for program activities. The community activities, the only thing left in that line item is Founders Day, and we did some further reductions in the expenditures for the 2012 Founders Day. So that's all that's in that line item. Travel business trip, we were able to reduce that a little bit. Kind of took myself out of any equation with that, so it's just pretty much Donna going to and from City Hall daily for the deposit. Equipment maintenance, I have several items in that line item that are required for the DRS with regard to fire inspection. So about $3,400 of my equipment maintenance is required fire services, fire inspection for sprinklers and monitoring the fire alarm system. The copier, which I really hope we are able to reduce that with the city's effort to merge all the copiers under one contractor. Right now we spend $2,500 a year on the copier. I'm hoping that that will get reduced. We do have an annual maintenance on the High Tower 911 call box that the Women's Club donated. It's a lot cheaper to pay $300 or so annually than it is that first call out, which is about $400 for repairs. I did put some money in there for unexpected maintenance. When our fire alarm panel goes bad, it's quite expensive to have somebody come out, so I do have some money in there for what-if problems. Moving down to printing, we'll be switching our brochure printing to using Pride, the prison enterprise. It'll save us a couple $1,000s a year, as well as, I don't know if y'all noticed our fall brochure. It went from 20 pages, I believe, to 16, so it was reduced in the number of pages, and we'll be continuing that effort throughout the year. Minor apparatus, I did not budget for unknowns, and also I just wanted you to know that our facility staff, like at our tennis courts, for example, our tennis pro and our staff down there are holding fundraisers so that they can purchase items that I'm not able to budget in the current budget year and in the past budget year. And they do that, the pro does that on her own time, and we'll pay our staff salary. But we're really appreciative of that. Skate park does that, dog park tries to do that, but we don't have very many people doing fundraisers down there. Operating, we're kind of at a base expenditure there, can't get a whole lot lower there, and tuition was reduced because this year we don't have any notaries being renewed. And that's pretty much my budget.
All right, let me see, what do we got?
A couple questions. Got the first one. Let's go. The skate park and dog park, looks like we pay somebody about $20,000 a year for the dog park and $15,000 a year for the skate park. But we get some of that back with fees and stuff. Is there kind of a, how much does it cost? Basically it costs us. We probably recoup half of that maybe or something.
We probably about recoup half for those two. You know, those things have phases. It's like the gymnasium. It has a phase when all the kids want to come to the gym. I mean, you almost recover all your salaries. When everybody wants to skate, you almost recover your salary. Skating is on the downside right now. Being in the gym is up on the upside. So it just kind of comes and goes. We do have an effort right now to increase the participation at the skate park, and we have an ongoing effort to increase the customers at the dog park.
Got in-laws that live in North Atlanta. We go up there summertime and Christmas time. They got some real nice new parks there. They have the one park. You can, it's not like the skate parks a little bit. They have like some bowls and stuff, and you can go in there either with rollerblades, skateboards, or bicycles. And they go in there. There's absolutely no one monitoring that. And there's nothing to sign, nothing like that. There's a resident here that mentioned to me a couple different times, is there a possibility of having the dog park or the skate park or something reduce the labor costs on that and have it maybe open, or is it too much liability, or have we even considered that before?
We shared employees over the summer. A skate park person would watch the dog park, and I didn't have somebody at the dog park staffed because the skate park would watch both, or the dog park would watch both skate park and dog park. So we did some staff sharing over the summer. Worked out fairly well. We're going to continue it in the fall, kind of flip it a little bit. I would be slightly reluctant just because of the location of the skate park to have it not monitored. I just think that it's better to have it monitored. If we were to be concerned about staffing at any facility, I know the dog parks at other facilities are not staffed. We do get feedback from Brevard Animal Control if we ever have to call them and they go, oh yeah, you're the Satellite Beach Dog Park. We never hear from you guys. Yeah, that's good. Whereas they do hear from incidences at the other dog parks. And the people that go to our dog park appreciate so much the fact that it is staffed. We know that the dogs are in there, have their proper shot records, rules are followed. If there's an incident, the staff is there. But clearly, other parks are not staffed in other areas.
Maybe we'll get an influx of some people using the Schechter Center this year. I did work for a lady today. They own the gymnastics place or something over on Wickham Road, and they said the Olympic year always boosters a lot of people participation, and it's a big surge for a couple of years. So we'll have some more participants.
Clearly.
Well, and the other thing too, we're going to hopefully be talking about a special events coordinator. You know, the skate park can bring in a lot of opportunities to bring in revenue if we hold special events with Grind for Life and other, you know, we can bring in others. I don't know if you know, there's a couple of professional skateboarders right here, one in Cocoa Beach. Tommy Timmy Canoe, he skates at Satellite all the time, so if you bring him in and charge admission and have the vendors come in, there's ways to generate some revenue from that.
Thank you, Carrie.
Thank you.
And just addition to revenues, is that a?
You mean addition to reserves?
Well, I have on mine additions to revenues, same thing, additions to reserves on my.
Yes, as revenues.
On my agenda, it has additions to revenues.
That should be reserves.
Let me see if that's on the next page. Okay, additions to reserves.
And that actually is probably going to be changing, but it does show 181,920. And we are required by fund balance policy to have at least 116,846. And last year, as you can see, the adopted budget was 6,470. And of course, the problem is, and we'll know probably in another 2 months. But if we put 116 in, we're still actually short of running the city for 1 month, and that's problematic. But again, we'll know more, at the end of this fiscal year. So it's a good goal to build that up as much as possible, and that's what I was looking at there. So
What's in it right now, Ann?
is it about 600,000? Okay, so we're actually, it would be, if you figure it's about 700,000 a month to run this city, approximately. I think that, isn't it about 2.2 million for 3 months, something of that nature? So that's about what we're looking at. So that's it on that.
And last year, we only put in 5470?
6470.
Sorry, 6470.
Correct.
Property taxes, I mean, it's been very lean, with the decrease. Maybe we'll see an increase. Like you weren't here, but you said, this is the first year we've seen an increase, 1.5.
Right.
Maybe next year, this is
Well,
what
also, by gaining these efficiencies that we're gaining, we open up some money to be able to put in it. Which is what I think is being reflected up there, which is
That's right,
good
which is
thing.
good. I'd like to open up Building and Zoning, Public Works, Recreation, addition to reserves for public comment. Ron? I know Don. It's Ron and Don, either one. Okay, men? And then lady. Okay? So.
Thank you, Carrie.
Ron Jagutis, resident Satellite Beach. I'm looking at the additions to the reserves. I'll defer comment to the Public Works, Recreation, and intra-fund transfers in writing, but I'm looking at additions to reserves, and I think what we should see additions and reductions to reserves for the actual years. That would be more representative of what truly went on. And again, I emphasize we have nothing for the first 10 months of operations, actual and an estimate. All we're looking at is recommended budgets of 181. And I go back to the question I raised when we were discussing the police. We had a budget, a compressed budget presented to us a couple of weeks ago. And then the lined budget came out afterwards, which was last week at the very end of the meeting, and I think citizens only got it the next day. We're talking about 3,979 millage rate, and we increased 200,000 in expenditures for this current budget, and I'm looking at the revised budget, and I'm probably not being very clear, and I will provide clarity to this statement further in writing. Would have we had a reduction in this reserve balance had we not done the 200,000 that unfortunately went to the police department. Thank you.
Thank you. Don?
I'm a Glendon resident. I'm not quite sure if this is the proper agenda item to bring it up, but it does cover all the current three agendas. We talked briefly earlier about other benefits. Each time I look at the chart, I see other benefits: health, dental, eye, and life. Those are one of our major costs that I see across the board in the city. Again, I'm going to give a personal example. For 20 years of my career, we made certain wage concessions for a guaranteed health benefit after we retired. I have a question for council or Mr. Mayor, City Manager. When citizens retire, full-time citizens retire from full-time employees retire from Satellite Beach, do they continue receiving benefits, or do they have to pay out of pocket for those benefits? And I'll follow up, go right back around. For 20 years, we were making concessions to guarantee those benefits into the future. There's an incredible downturn in American shipping, and contract negotiations came up, and all of a sudden, guess what? That promise went away. So ever since I've been retired, I've had to fund my own medical benefits. You don't have much of an option, but since we're buying into an existing plan as a retiree, that cost, from what I have discussed with people in other fields, the cost that I buy in for the coverage, having been a covered active employee, is significantly lower than people that go off of a plan and have to buy in. I don't know if that's an area we can look at, but that goes back to some gentleman's comment earlier. He's paying for 3 fire departments. It gets expensive, and medical, health expenses, medications, it's going to continue to skyrocket. It is one of the biggest bugaboos in all of your health and benefits plans. Thank you.
And I would just add to Mr. McClennan's comments, that's not only for corporations like he came from, but even the United States military is getting shortchanged in retirement. You know, we went in the military and they were supposed to take care of us for, health-wise for the rest of our lives. That's not the truth. We have to pay for TRICARE insurance every year, just like you guys do.
Yeah.
Now, it's a pretty good rate, but still, we're paying for insurance when we were told we wouldn't have to. I mean, that's the reality of the marketplace.
And I hate to harp on the personnel policy, but in the personnel policy, we just pay for eye care. We don't even have a policy which could reduce the cost. We just, I forget what the number is a year, but if you go get glasses, you get reimbursed by the city. It's archaic.
Okay. Any other public comment? John?
Fergus, 135 Maple. I'll reiterate again, I'd prefer the rollback. As to Public Works and stripping out staff, at some point, we're going to have a repeat of 2004. And, I don't think the lawn mowing contractor is going to be here to clear the fallen lines and stuff off, or the trees and limbs off of A1A or the main streets. I don't think the people that clean the restrooms and stuff are going to be here to help clean up and get the debris out of the ditches so maybe the water can flow. I think before you cut any more, maybe somebody, maybe the KPEG, do something useful like decide what the minimum manning is for Public Works. And if you're really, really, really concerned about this looming bankruptcy due to our excessive benefits, retirements,
then why don't you increase the millage a little bit and jam all that money into putting to bed some of that humongous, purported humongous, unfunded liability? Thank you.
Thank you, John. Other public comments? Steve?
Just two quick things. I have a sports official. Steve. Steve Headley again.
Just so we get it, Steve.
No problem.
Thank you.
I have a sports official friend who is a mayor of a small town out in Arkansas. His city has had really decent results with going to an alternative fuel system for their vehicles. They were able to get, just throwing it out there, they were able to get for their public works groups 50% cost of the vehicles and a much, much lower rate for the fuel. It's something to consider if we're going to be replacing vehicles, to maybe look into, because there are federal grants and even state grants that will support that. So if you need a $12,000 truck, you're only going to be paying $6,000 and somebody else is going to be supplying the infrastructure for it. It's something to consider. Secondly, on August the 25th, there are about 6,000 skaters that are going to be up at the Cocoa Beach Skate Park for the National Kidney Foundation. I'm part of that group, okay? No, I'm not a skater, you can tell. Okay, I would bounce. But my point is this, we should be looking for we should be looking to pull that down here. And I mean that. That's 6,000 kids, 12,000 parents roughly, that are going to be going through McDonald's, they're going to be going to Publix, going to be going to Ace, they're going to be going to Long Gardens, blah, 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 blah.
To the hospital.
Hopefully not. But we do need some, I agree with you that we do need some tie-ins, and we should be able to do that. Cocoa Beach is very much a tourist town. We are not. And that's a selling point. That's a selling point where you're not rushing across 4 lanes of heavily traveled road with somebody, whatever. It's something that we could and should look at, because then you advertise the skate park county-wide, and then you get more people here just because you have a couple events for nonprofit organizations and good causes. And the guy who headed the National Kidney Foundation was from Brevard County Beachside. So, he recently passed away, but he was here. And now his brother, who's in charge of it, I get to talk to him daily on stuff. So, it's something that I would consider to help increase. If you're having a downside of park use, possibly consider it. And I'll go back and turn around now.
Well, Steve, what was that date again for the Kidney Foundation?
August 25th.
I get my kid involved in that.
Up at Cocoa Beach Park, 9 to 4, as far as I remember.
That kind of goes towards that whole events coordinator concept that we were discussing before.
Thanks, Steve.
Yeah, I mean,
it's one item.
It's easy to do.
Because we should be doing the same thing with surfing.
Exactly.
Well, just a couple comments. Just a reminder, the Jamboree at Satellite High, you probably have 1,200 football players, 5,000 parents coming through here this Saturday, not to mention my kids playing at 240. So yeah, it's a big event. All of our county teams are going to be here. A lot of people coming through here this weekend. And then, Alan, Mr. Potter, question for you. Don't get up. DOT highways, A1A and South Patrick Drive, correct? In 2004, when the hurricanes came, they did assist in clearing those highways? It wasn't your responsibility?
We don't take care of those two roads.
Thank you.
FDOT we do initially clear. I shouldn't say that. We get the signals off the road, we get to where they're usable, and then after that, the initial sweep, FHWA does reimburse us for anything that we do.
And I assume this is all part of the city's emergency management plan? Thank you.
Is there other public comment on these 4?
John.
Pat? Sorry.
Pat Gibbons, resident. I was, yeah, I agree with Alan. I was up there mingling with the Lawrence family this weekend, and it was packed. But, you know, I think we really, as KPEG suggested, we really should kind of stay on the track to look at areas that could be subcontract. I think the cleaning of the Schechter Center is a good start. Let's start there and you know, just keep an open mind to it, you know. I agree with Scott, though, you know, playing on those fields and they do an excellent job. I was at the dog park. I was walking the loop, and I was at the dog park, and there's older couple there with this dog, this huge dog, looked like Rin Tin Tin. And they have been to all the dog parks in the state. I'm not kidding. Panhandle to Miami, and they love our dog park. And they think it's the best. And they're really disappointed because the county park and some of the beach parks are not monitored. So I was talking to them. I said, you know, we're trying to find ways to cut costs. So I said, what about they pay online, so it's not a collect your money issue. And the guy suggested, yeah, maybe you can have a combination or, you know, code to get in. And therefore, about 90% of the people would have their dog shots and everything to get in if they knew the code. And then once in a while, you'd probably have to have a monitor come and just do a spot check, because his issue was dogs getting in that don't have shots and this and that. But we talked about that on KPEG as well, kind of going towards those areas to reduce the personnel. And I want to continue to pursue those thoughts, even if they're not in this budget, to throughout this year, and maybe put them on a trial period, you know, get them out there. And one last thing, since we really can't come up with per room rent, we haven't been able to at the Schechter Center, regarding instructors, I really think council or city managers got to carry some direction on that. You know, let you guys be the bad guys and come up with a 70% number or something and really make that happen. There's a lot of cost savings there.
Thank you. Rin Tin Tin.
Rinny to his
A few of
friends.
us remember. Okay, thank you, Pat, for that fond memory. Other public comments? All right, let's bring it back. And can we recap these four? I don't see much on building and zoning, public works. Rick, addition to reserves is going to be adjusted, so we don't know what that's going to be.
Correct.
And council, any other direction that we provided on
I
these?
just want to make one statement, and I'm just going to put it on the record that I think the building and zoning department is under budget. I mean, doesn't have enough. I'm getting tired.
Underfunded.
Underfunded. Thank you. That's all I want to say.
All right, and let's press to the last
Okay, well,
items.
right, and we've already looked at basically the general fund, the budget summary, and this is just the summary sheet for that, showing the revenues and the expenditures that we've discussed, kind of the end cap to what we've been talking about.
I'd like to look at community services, special revenue fund.
Yes,
And
that's
then
what we're,
stormwater,
exactly, that's what we're going to do.
law enforcement trust
Okay,
fund.
so in this particular chart, the budget summary shows all funds for fiscal year 12-13. We've talked about the general fund, which is about 78% of all of those funds. And then the community services special revenue incorporates recycling fund, Sampson Islands Trust Fund, Beautification Board Trust Fund, Advanced Life Support Trust Fund, Community Services Trust Fund, Recreation Trust Fund, and Oceanfront Property Acquisition Fund. And the revenue sources are state and federal grants, donations, user fees, and transfers from the general fund. And that's found on pages 55 through 59. Now I tell you,
Now
right?
you tell me. I'm trying to look for an index.
All right, 55.
Thank you.
59. All right.
Okay.
Stormwater Utility Fund, this was established, that's on page 61. That fund was established to account for the proceeds from non-ad valorem stormwater utility assessment that is approved on an annual basis. And for a residence, a single-family residence, that's $65, and that will appear on your you won't see that on your trim notice because they don't show non-ad valorem, but you will see that on your November tax bill, and it will show below the line, as I call it, in non-ad valorem, and that will show as a $65 fee. And that is a fund that will, it's dedicated revenue source that funds the stormwater system and flooding mitigation, or flood mitigation, so. Page 67 is the Law Enforcement Trust Fund. $500 there. This fund accounts for money and property confiscated by police from owners who have been arrested during the commission of a felony crime, and then this is awarded by the courts to the city. And page 77 is the Community Redevelopment Agency Fund, which we are going to have a discussion on tomorrow night at the CRA board meeting. So we're not going to go into detail here, but the revenue sources are property taxes, as I'm sure a lot of you know, that are, basically it's called the TIF from both county and city sources. And we're discussing that tomorrow night.
So tomorrow night, we're going to do 76 and 77, that's the Community Redevelopment Agency Fund, their budget.
That is going to be included, that is included in the packet, that is correct. We're going to be talking about the community redevelopment budget.
I asked the question, the CRA needs to adopt their own budget, correct, under Florida Statute 163?
I believe they would.
Okay.
Yeah. And that's why that's going to be discussed at that time.
Okay.
Capital Assets Fund, page 79. That is a dedicated fund of utility tax, a 6% utility tax on power. So that's on electricity, metered natural gas, liquefied petroleum gas, and manufactured gas, and it's used to fund capital assets that have a minimum cost of at least $3,000 and a life expectancy of over 1 year. And that gives us a total, all funds, of $11,180,004. That's the 100%.
Yeah, and I have a question on
Yes,
the
sir.
police department vehicle. It says $39,000 for the vehicle. Is the $6,432, is that also associated with the vehicle?
Those were, there were two, what were the two?
That was, if you recall during the presentation, at the very end, when I said, with the help of the finance director, was able to find another $6,000 plus to reduce from the operating expense. That was because in there was for 2 portable radios replacements, because like everything, they have to be replaced, and about 2 of them are going to be due this year. And Brenda advised that you could remove that from operating, and you could put that, after she researched it, you could put that in to capital assets. That's for 2 portable radios to replace.
Right. Thank you. I couldn't think of the word radio.
I have on my agenda Capital Redevelopment Fund, but that should not be here. Capital Redevelopment Fund. Is that maybe just something that I have Community Redevelopment Fund, and then Capital Redevelopment Fund, and then Capital Assets. But that should probably be scratched out.
That should be.
Okay. It's F on my agenda.
Right, it isn't. It should go Community Redevelopment Fund and then Capital Assets. Exactly.
Okay.
What do we use propane for? What do we use propane for?
Alan, propane.
Propane, the only reason that we use propane is for, we have small potholes, and we have to heat up coal patch, throw in like an emergency pothole there. Rather than going all the way to the plant, get hot asphalt, just kind of heats the asphalt up so we can put it in there so it'll stick.
So we burn through $9,000 worth of propane in a year? Oh, disregard. This says utility tax propane.
Oh, that's in revenue.
That's revenue. Okay.
I've been doing some pothole fixing.
I have a question, because Capital Asset Fund, I won't go back to the past, although I'd like to. That's for another day, I guess. How does an efficiency study, how's that a capital asset?
Brenda?
Then 11, 12.
Similar to where they put the
Page 87.
Similar to where they put the efficiency study, and in the 11-12, and the strategic plan was along the same thing as non-operating.
Oh, yeah, so, okay, so that goes below to a strategic plan. I'm not quite understanding how that's a capital asset.
Well, the 30,000 for the efficiency study was in that budget in that year for 11-12. So along those same lines, I listed it in non-operating within the capital assets fund. That's the same item, type item.
But is that a capital asset?
Where else would it go?
It was approved there last year.
Go it, man.
I think we've covered that. Just wondering if that's the best place for it.
I don't, you know, I'm thinking it's not a capital asset.
Are you thinking that we could put it under administrative?
I'm concerned that when you have dedicated funds, they're dedicated for certain things, and that's where they need.
And so possibly looking at moving that
And I think
to
there's
administrative maybe?
I don't know. I just don't
We'll
think
look,
it's
we'll
a
look
capital
into
asset.
it. Where do we put something like an audit? Would it be
Perhaps.
something like where we do that? I mean, where's our,
It would seem.
it would seem so.
Perhaps it was put in capital assets, so in case we didn't use it, we could use it for capital assets.
That's an interesting point, isn't it?
Yeah, probably, you're right, Cheryl.
Banking fees, is that a capital asset? I mean,
When the council had approved that study that year, they said the funds were going to come out of the capital asset fund. So that's why it was listed. Okay. So if you want that to come out of another fund or another line or another department, that can be moved.
I'm just asking the question if it is or is not a capital asset. I'm not going to tell you where to move it.
And we'll leave that with you.
Thank you.
Just see if
Right.
you need to move that. What else
Okay.
we got there?
All right. Now this last, Brenda, if you could just hit the last.
What page is this on?
This is the very last, maybe you don't, you have that in your book. Okay, that would be near the front. Let's go all the way to the front.
Okay, unnumbered page.
Now, this is not easy to remember at 11 o'clock here. Let me see.
You're right.
There it is. It's not a numbered page, so you're going to, it's before.
Just before the comparative, no, I got
Yes,
it.
exactly. See, right here. There you go, Cheryl. Can you see? That's where
I
we're
can-
going.
sure.
The big,
I can
yeah,
see
there
that.
you go. All right.
There you go.
So
Okay.
that's where we are. Now, this is a new feature. You know, sometimes the debt schedules get kind of buried, and so what we did here is show the stormwater fund, the CRA, which we're not going to discuss tonight, and then the capital asset leases. Now, the stormwater up there, you can see the debt that's broken out, debt, principal, and interest, and also the revenue at the very top. And I remember the revenue is from the non-ad valorem assessment on the taxes that you get, you know, in November on your tax bill. And then you can see it broken out with the debt for principal and interest. Now, if you look, I'm trying to say this DeSoto baffle box / exfiltration, that is going to be retired in fiscal year 15-16, okay? Now, the second item under Fund 125 is baffle boxes number 2, stormwater baffle boxes number 2, and that will be retired in fiscal year 18-19. So, just, you know, trying to give you a profile of what we're doing there. And of course, CRA tells its own story, and we'll be discussing that tomorrow night in detail. And then the bottom fund, 150, capital asset leases, is the David R. Schechter Center, and that will be retired in 13-14. However, if we add a cruiser, then that will be included in the capital leases. And I think, what were you saying, Brenda, $8,000 a year payment on that, or? Well, the first year. Okay. Okay. So that's what we're talking about there. Now that, as I said, the fiscal will be retired in fiscal year 13-14, and actually the total principal and interest payment for fiscal year 12-13 will be $289,026. So that hopefully that will show you where not only the revenue but the debt, including principal and interest, come from with those particular funds, 3 of them.
What does the last column tell me?
Okay, Brenda, that's a good one. We had discussed this. I said, now, Brenda, please explain that end balance. That is what, as of 9/30/2013, and that is what?
The balances that is owed on these notes or leases.
Okay, so that's the end balance after next fiscal year.
Correct.
Okay.
Thank you. So I hope this is not confusing. I know that the numbers are small and so on and so forth, but, you know.
The way I look at this is then by 2020, we will have retired only 1.6 million of our current debt, if I add up those lines on the right. Well, except for the CRA. I'm not doing CRA. If we do the stormwater and the capital asset leases, the total comes to about $1.6 million of our debt will be retired by 2020.
Looks to be the case, yes.
That's not very impressive, given the debt that we have.
But where do you see the other debt? I only see in CRA.
Well,
do you see any? I don't see any other debt on there, though, Greg.
Well, but that's the thing. We have that's where I'm trying to get to.
Oh,
you know, our last audit showed that we have 9.52 million in long-term debt.
So there may. So what you're saying
I'm just saying is, you know,
we may not be seeing it all.
Yeah. Yeah. So yeah, I'm just wondering what we're missing. If our total long-term debt is 52 million, I think that's what it was, wasn't it? Anyway.
Well, we were looking just specifically at these 3 funds to get, you know, and with their dedicated, you know, with the revenue that comes in from the utility tax. And
I don't have a problem with it.
Right.
It's just that, you know, a lot of, there's more debt than we're showing here, I think. I mean, we have to be if we have 9.5 something million in long-term debt according to our last audit. Right?
You're also including like the unfunded liabilities?
Yeah.
Or
no, unfunded retirement liabilities isn't part of that.
Or what
according
about the leave?
Yeah, OPEB I think is in there, but unfunded retirement liability is not. Yeah, all of that stuff is in there. That's all I'm saying is we have a lot more debt than I mean, in other words, this is debt maturity schedule. Okay, debt maturity schedule for these 3 items.
Correct.
But we have more debt that we're not retiring. That's an issue. I mean, it's an issue to be aware of. It's not it doesn't have anything to do with what you've done here, Brent.
Right,
at
I
all.
understand.
I'm just making that point.
Okay, I'd like to open up these last several items for public comment. Ron? And the CRA, keep in mind, we will discuss at the CRA board meeting, which is going to happen at 6 o'clock tomorrow night.
Ron Tragutis, resident. Last week, I believe we did a budget amendment to transfer $149,000 from the Ocean Fund to the Community Service Fund. I don't know what the reserve balances are, but that is something that needs to be looked at. Perhaps that needs to be transferred into the general fund. Thank you.
Thank you. Other public comment? Okay, let me bring it back to the council. Anything on these items, and then we'll just do something overall, and then we'll
Get ready to come back. Anything on these? All right, and I think it's probably wise if we meet before September 5th.
I had that feeling.
I mean, I just think we have to do that. Can you come up with a couple of dates that you can give them to us tonight, or you can give them to us tomorrow night?
But how about this with a caveat? I think you're right, Mr. Mayor, but how about this as a caveat, and giving yourself time between now and whenever you deem that next one to be, for your department heads and you to sit down with the KPEG people to try to see if there's any more efficiencies that we aren't finding.
I mean,
we haven't been found yet.
We can go as late as, we're meeting on the 15th, just regular council meeting. We can go as late as the 29th.
I'm out of town on the 29th.
29th, you're out of town. Are you out of town?
Maybe that's the
28th,
question
too?
is, when is, for instance, when are you leaving?
I have to leave on the 28th.
Okay, when do you come back?
The 29th, late.
Can you make a 30th?
Yep.
Wait a second, this is August?
Yes.
Yes.
I'm planning a trip sometime here.
Okay. We can look at our calendars and come back tomorrow night if you.
Oh, no.
What about the 27th?
I'm good that week. I'm good that
What
week.
about the 27th? That's a Monday.
Yep. That's good.
You can meet, I will not be here, but.
Will not?
How about
No.
Tuesday?
I won't be here until the night of the 29th. I'm going to the conference, and then I have something else planned on the 27th. Going to the conference the 22nd.
You mean you can't call in or Skype?
I will not be able to, I'm sorry.
I actually am going to be on a trip on the 29th, but I could Skype in.
The 30th I could be home, I'll be here on the home of the 29th or the 3rd. Is
You
that?
gentlemen, just don't give enough. You need to just cancel your trips.
Well,
Let's look to the 30th.
I'm the same.
I mean, that will give you, today's the 8th, I mean, 3 weeks.
Okay.
I'm good with the 30th, I'm good with the 27th.
Okay.
Let's,
I'm good for the 27th.
I mean,
Not the
the
30th,
council
though.
can meet on the 27th without me. They've done that. If they would rather do that, or the 30th, I will be here. Oh. Can we let you know tomorrow?
Why don't we do that? I think we're all staring at
Nobody
this
is really.
point.
Okay, thank you. Anybody, you guys need anything?
Yeah, let me just, and I wanted to do this in my council comment time, but we talk a lot about millage rates and about how it affects our citizens. I heard stuff earlier tonight on the phone from folks who said, well, but it's just a pittance. You know, it's just a pittance. It's just $20 more, and that's just a pittance. Well, how we got to being number 2 on the list is by having a lot of pittances over the year, and those pittances add up. I remember sitting here, right about where the mayor's sitting right now, a while ago when I was on that side, and a lady got up, the lady who lived here a lot of years, got up, stood at that podium, fixed income, and almost started crying. In fact, I think she was crying, and she said, if my taxes go up any higher, I will not be able to live in my house that I raised my children in because I'm on a fixed income. I cannot afford more taxes. And a lady sitting next to her, who is another lady who's been here in our town for many years, said loud enough for everybody in that section to hear, well, then we don't need your kind here in this city. You should just leave. Those are the people I'm concerned about, not the second lady, the first lady. Is the kind of people I'm concerned about. When we start talking about taxes and we start talking about millage rates and we start talking about it just being another pittance. That's the sort. We have people in this city, ladies and gentlemen, who no longer have jobs. It's not a matter of not having a raise. It's they don't have jobs any longer. So we need to keep that in mind. when it comes to us setting the millage rate. Let me read you something I got from a citizen. I think we all got it, actually. Dear Honorable Councilman and Councilwoman, I live in the Montecito development, one of the newer housing developments in the city, and of the approximately 110 presently occupied one-family homes here, there are about 14 to 17 homes for sale, which is amazing for me to see in the 3 years that I have lived here. It has never been that high before. So I asked my neighbor at blank, 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 Point Lobos Drive, why he is selling his house and moving to Merritt Island. He told me the city taxes are just too much here and he will be paying less taxes in the unincorporated area. The light went off in my head that it takes about a year or two for a new resident to understand they're paying much more taxes than a family across the street or across the bridge in the unincorporated for the same house and similar services. Please do your best to lower the taxes in this city or we will continue to lose good neighbors after just a few years or be a city of renters just coming here to send their children to our schools. Also, I have formerly been a municipal, a state, and then federal worker throughout my career, mostly as a union member. And I respect the wonderful job they all do, but reality is the most stressful financial liability on any city is its pension obligations. Please let us do with less to survive in the long run. And I'm not going to say who sent it, but I think that's very telling. And I think we need to keep those folks in mind as we're setting the millage rate.
Anything? And I actually want to say thank you very much. This is a great start. I'd like to thank Brenda, Alan, Jeff, Don, John, Kerry, just for being here. I know it's a long day, and for your input into this. Like I said, 9 times, you did excellent. Since June 20th, August 21st, seems like a lifetime, I know, Ann, but, and I know that it's a long night. And I thank the council for their input. I thank the citizens for their tremendous input. And we look forward to working and getting this done. So thank you very much. Let's go home.
I almost made it 20 to
See you in 12 hours.
Whatever.
Hey, Ann.
Hey, almost made it 12. Sit down, boys.
About 18 hours will be back here.